The Bartlehouse is open, no invite needed with Juggalos. Been hyped this evening, feeding for music, more guests than topics. No drama, no bullshit, no fake news, no nonsense, no grim logic. Only fam knowledge and dropping the rawest of platforms and artists. Bartlehouse, where you'll never see the bottle stop. The beef tigers off the leash, and if it's beef, you gotta see the final Bartlehouse. The diamonds are raining, defining the greatness the carnival provides. Welcome to the Bartlehouse. Now get your ass inside.
Yo, what the fuck is up? It is your boy, Big Bartlehouse. I don't know why I'm so big. Fuck, that's better. It's your boy, the Beef Tiger, the Bartlehouse, the cool guy in the fucking shades because my eye be mad fucked up and my bandana's crooked as fuck. I should just give up, man. I should just give the fuck up. But we're here. It's Thursday night. You know what that means. It's time for the Bartlehouse. We got new music, old music, music that just dropped fucking today. And of course, we got our special guest for the night. You might have seen him before. He was on the J Bazaar Artist Spotlight. He's a wild motherfucker with some of the wildest lyrics in the game. I'm talking about Mister Sinful. Yo, what's up, my guy?
What's good, Bubba?
I don't know why it keeps wanting to make us so fucking big. There we go.
It's because we're fat.
Yeah, it's like, fuck, we got to make extra room for these fat fucks.
Exactly.
Juggalo Art in the fuck, and he's dead already, man. This is record time. There it is. Fucking Juggalo Art in the chat, Androponics, and the homie Ryan Lovejoy. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the Bartlehouse. Pull up a fucking chair. All that shits. Looks like we're having some technical difficulties or not. I don't fucking know. There he is. There he goes. We're fucking quit making me big. Try that again. I thought it was him and it was just the background. Look at that. But while we're figuring this shit out, I'm gonna play a song. You know, that's what we do on the show is we play fucking songs. First up tonight, we got Babel La Demon. I think we played her first last week. And the song tonight is featuring Anki and the late EJ Prophet. Rest in peace, EJ. But the song is called Illuminated.
Everybody's always talking about what they worship. Let me tell you what the fuck I worship. Keep the love, keep the hate, keep all that shit. It's two things. Love, money, drugs.
Never too late, never too late, never too late. Even be fate. Just follow the sign, follow the pavement. I don't care for the hatred. Got money in my mind. I want the payment. I don't want love. I want the buzz. I don't care for you, baby. Illuminated to the dawn shade. Follow the pavement. 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 Follow the pavement.
Blood on the back of my hand, sprinkle my face, cover my shirt. What was it worth? Pray to the earth and I'll put your bitch 6 feet up under the dirt. You could get murked. What you wanna do with it? Moving the packs, I got 5 all around me. King of the underworld, motherfuckers already crowned me. Certified murder when I be pumping out the sound stream. Smoking up nightshade like maybe I can sleep tonight. This bitch beating on my chest, I ain't breathing right. And though I live inside the dark, I got a lethal light. You looking eye to eye with killers, ain't no equal sight, bitch. The halls of Babylon never will they reject me. Demons in my helix is promises to protect me. Conversate with lowers while planning to kill the next beef. Baby gave me time, but I'm dying to see your name.
Even be fate. Just follow the sign, follow the pavement. I don't care for the hatred. Got money in my mind. I want the payment. I don't want love. I want the buzz. I don't care for you, baby. Illuminated to the dawn shade. Follow the pavement. Illuminated to the dawn shade. Follow the pavement. Illuminated to the dawn shade. Follow the pavement. Illuminated to the
spraying like Mason. My lamb to waste with these 223 chambers, stay up on my waist. Give me that blood in them nuggets. Like fuck it, you got it, I want it, I need it. I'll make it rain buckets. I'm feeding here for it, so run it. Oh hell, the Lord of the flies and the money. Yeah, think I'm acting funny, huh? We'll see just how funny it is when you're running out. But life ain't so sunny now. I'ma watch you bleed out while I'm down in this day.
Even be speed, just follow the sign, follow the pavement. I don't care for the hatred. Got money in my mind. I want the payment. I don't want love. I want the buzz. I don't care for you, baby. Illuminated to the dawn shade. Follow the pavement. 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 Follow the pavement.
That was Babel a Demon, Anki, and EJ Prophet with Illuminated. Recently just dropped, actually. Super fucking fresh. But Mister Sinful, now you want to hit people up with a quick just kind of intro into who you are and what do you do?
I'm a fat guy that makes dark music.
That pretty much sums it up, bro.
No reason to complicate things.
No reason. Hell yeah. Not only are you a solo act, but you also have done a group project kind of with the homie Zuzaza, more commonly known as J Bizarre. The Dark Embrace, which is also another fucking amazing, music to peep out, guys. Yeah, I agree.
God.
Zuzaza.
That on it, man.
I know, man. I'm never gonna let him live it down. He's probably the worst person to play Wheel of Fortune. But anyway, enough about my stepdad's Jay Bizarre. Man, you've done what? You've had 3 albums out officially. You've done a handful of music videos. Just recently dropping I Can Make You Famous with the homie Nasty Inc. That was fresh. Now, what was it like doing a music video? Like, do you like doing music videos?
Oh, I love them. They're a blast. I've done one that was kind of run and gun where we came up with the concept like day of, because we were going to shoot. I have a song called "Ballad of a Fuckboy." We were going to shoot a video for it.
I love that song.
We were going to go to an art venue to shoot it. Nasty was supposed to be there with me. Had a whole plan. He ended up getting stuck at work. The art venue closed down that day, like permanently. So we changed it up and did something different. So, that one was kind of quick on the fly. It was fun. And then the last one, I Can Make You Famous, was, we sat down and storyboarded it and had everything thought out before we came in. So it was kind of fucked up, really, though. It's a real dark.
Yeah, when you sent it to me to preview, I was like, damn, I love this song, but also, god damn, this is definitely Mister Sinful. Because, we've talked about this a little bit before, but you have some lyrics, man, that you don't pull punches, for sure. I think one of the worst songs, one of the only songs I refuse to play on the show for several reasons is Trigger Warning. Because I'm trying to keep an audience, and that song is literally made to piss off everyone, just in a blanket fire of just being an asshole.
The funny story with that song is it was written on purpose. It was written to piss people off on purpose. So, in the horrorcore scene, Juggalo scene, a lot of dark lyrics. People write about fucked up shit. And I just remember seeing a dude going on a tirade, an artist, about it's inappropriate to be talking about rape. And I'm like, bro, have you listened to the scene that you're involved with? There's more there than just, rape. There's a lot of fucked up shit. None of it's real. No one's going out and saying, hey, go do this.
Yeah.
It's no different than going and watching a horror film. Like, you really think the Jason Voorhees is going to pop out of a lake and kill a bunch of campers? No. You write fucked up shit. It's stylistic genre. Get over it.
Right. And if you're gonna do it, you might as well go all the way.
Well, it's funny though, because there ended up being an interview, and I can't remember, but two dudes ended up going back and forth over this debate. I can't remember one guy's name, but the other dude was Mad Max, and they were going back and forth about it, and Max basically shut him down like he's an idiot.
Right.
And I just saw that shit. I was like, fuck, I'm gonna write something to piss someone off, and I did, and yeah.
I mean, fuck, you hit me in that song, and I was like, yeah, the song's not my favorite, but I get the idea behind it, you know, and I think that's the point of the song in general, is like, I'm gonna piss off all of you. Mad Max is a beast. I agree, Ryan Lovejoy.
The thing is, if you get involved in this scene and you can't handle some uncomfortable topics,
right,
then it's not the scene for you.
Right. Or, I mean, like, if you don't like the ones that go, the scene is so diverse, right? So if you don't like the super hardcore horrorcore stuff, there's guys that do other shit, you know?
Hell, I do other shit. Mine varies from super dark and fucked up to normal music.
Like, fucking Scum. Like, no one who's, like, tame and calm is gonna be like, oh, I listen to Scum, you know? Scum goes there. You go there. And I like that.
It was crazy, though, because this dude, like, it was a giant conversation. Someone mentioned LSP. It was like, leave them guys out of it. They'll talk about any and everything.
Right.
I mean, you know, back in the day, Dark Half had some fucked up shit.
Right. Actually, my homie Danklo Art in the chat has been, you know, opening my eyes more and more to Dark Half. And I fucking love it. I love it. It's amazing. But they're always surprised because, you know, I talk shit about Hell's Pit all the time. And people think I hate Hell's Pit because it's dark and gloomy. And it's like, well, I like horrorcore. I like dark shit. I just don't like how the music's produced.
I could see that, though. I mean, it was definitely a change up, but I mean, by Hell's Pit era, they had stopped messing with Mikey Clark, so
yeah,
you know, the production and stuff behind it had a huge change up.
Yeah, I think my issue is just like I like clear vocals, and you got a lot of that with Shangri-La, and then fucking everything is muddy and dirty and sounds off on Hell's Pit, in my opinion.
I love Hell's Pit, but I also, you know, I mean, it's
that's also like I play it up. You know, that you talk about, you know, pissing people off. I intentionally, constantly shit on Hell's Pit, not because I need to, but because people are so passionate about Hell's Pit.
But it's one you either love or hate. Like, I remember when it came out, it was one where it was, you know, within my social group, it was half of us loved it, and the other half were like, I preferred the Wraith.
Right.
Shangri-La was my thing.
But, you know, segues perfectly into our next song. Another guy who's known for, you know, some hard fucking lyrics and horrorcore as fuck is Chuckles. And this song is Chuckles and Mr. Dosha from GRE with Class A Homicide.
Murder is the only thing that makes this killer tick. Mix the blood of every victim, make that color dark as shit. Use the biggest bone and stir it till it's thick as fossil fuel. Got a bunch of brutal tools I use, I'm good at what I do. Mr. Murder every motherfucking person in my path. Catch the deacon at the Sunday service, off his fucking ass. Never showing no emotion, never feeling no remorse. Make a sculpture of my victim's skulls, display it on my porch. Every second I'm awake, all I think about is murdering. Burn them in they sleep, in the morning kill they next of kin. I wonder why this happening. The mist and fall evaporating. The visions and the voices get the laughing while it's happening. The blood is making pictures of my victims from the past. Took a bath in it and bask in it and drank it from the glass. I was 12 when I was introduced to murder homicide. Through the years I practiced arson and I hide a body ride.
We will never hesitate to spell your fucking brains out. Just to get to where we are, but show y'all niggas we're all about. Causing devastation to every single hater's ways implied. Did you ever notice this is Class A homicide? You're the real example niggas are surely made of. As we stuff you out for good, but I will show no fucking love. Stacking up the bodies of every city on this murder ride. Giving all that gruesome taste of class A homicide. Murder, 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 kill, kill, kills. What these demons keep on singing, use me against my will. Surely hypnotizing to the point I'm about to snap upon you lame ass motherfuckers. What I do is finally a final rap. I carve this blade into your face so you can feel some pain. Slice across your juggler, watch your crimson fucking rain. My mission is to bury all you niggas until there's nothing left to satisfy my urges. I'm the living, breathing, rotting death. Your whole ass ain't no competition to cut me off of my fucking lane. Should've known it was a big mistake. Now you're not in the fucking stage. Soaking down my shirt until there's blood all over my favorite cha-cha. Add a little wicked touch, we slowly dive in zero much. Remove the entire head so I can add it to my private stash. With the rest of these undercuts who got it dirty with a brutal slap. Not a fucking thing can stop my sickness from within. So go ahead and try me, nigga. You shall be mingled for all your fucking sins. We will never hesitate to spell your fucking brains out. Just to get to where we are, but show y'all niggas are all about. Constant devastation through every single haters ways implied. Did you ever notice this is class A homicide? They're the real examples of what your niggas are surely made of. As we stuff you out for good, but I will show no fucking love. Stacking up the bodies of every city on this murder ride. Giving all that gruesome taste of class A homicide. Class A homicide. Class A homicide.
Hell yeah, that was Chuckles and Mister Dosha with Class A Homicide. That was fresh, man. I don't really hear Dosha doing like the harder horrorcore stuff. So that was interesting to hear him, you know, go out of his genre a little bit.
The chat is interesting right now. Free basing fucking zebra cakes. Jesus
Hell
Christ.
yeah. So apparently at Camp Zool, the homie Dacklo Art just went to Camp Zool. And apparently they have a zebra cake eating contest. And there's a fight going on in my Discord right now where they're challenging each other to a zebra cake eating contest.
Damn, I am not that kind of fat.
Right. Like I would definitely hop in on that, but also I am like recently fucking diagnosed diabetic and I'll fucking die. I'll die winning that zebra cake eating contest, my guy. Put it on my fucking tombstone that I won. But yeah, chat's interesting right now. But I want to hear more about you and your history, man. What got you started in the rap game?
Sitting in a Spanish class with a couple friends writing bullshit bars back and forth in a notebook.
Hell yeah.
So,
do you remember
interest in it?
Do you remember kind of what you would rap about back in the day?
Same shit I rap about now, man. It hasn't changed.
Right. Just hardcore horrorcore shit. That's what's up, man. And so where like how'd you get into the scene? Like I know like
so when I was a little kid, yeah, kids in my neighborhood, the older kids had picked up a copy of Great Malenko.
Mm-hmm.
And they started playing it and thought it was hilarious as a kid and enjoyed it. So got into ICP and fuck, you know how that goes. Many moons later, you know what I mean?
Right.
So, you know, and in high school, I always wrote like short stories and poetry and shit. And I just, after doing the bullshit bars with my friends that, hey, look, I can't speak Spanish just because I took Spanish in high school. And the library's probably down the street.
Yeah. And the other thing is about a llama with a T-bone.
Miyamo, that's my name is T-Bone. But yeah, the rest of that shit, fuck.
Oh, it probably says my name's Beef Tiger. No, my name's Beef Tiger. Fuck you. But
yeah, I mean, that's kind of just, yeah. And then I just started making music from there. First, like little mixtapes here and there with local guys. I'm originally from Cincinnati, Ohio. So yeah, I jumped on a couple mixtapes with some guys out that way, and then took a very long break. You know, met my wife and worked on the family life. And once we got to the point where I felt comfortable and putting a bunch of money into it, I got back into it. Yeah, it kind of sucked. It took like a 10-year layoff, so I'm way further behind than where I realistically should be. Because when I had backed out, I was starting to, you know, get booked in other states.
Hell yeah.
Not so much now.
Man, it takes time, and I feel like right now the scene is just exploding with artists. It's ridiculous, like how much the scene has grown.
Yeah, I can say this though, as both a fan of the scene. My problem with the horrorcore scene has always been it is oversaturated with a lot of bullshit. So
Yeah,
it's hard to catch people's attention when you have to wade through 50 different artists that are fucking terrible before you find a good one. And I can say that as a fan of horrorcore. I mean, as a
right.
kid, you know, there was a CD store down the street from me. They did local meet and greets with like old school horrorcore legends. Like I remember they did a meet and greet with Bedlam when Prozac and Madness were grouped together. You know, I could all my horrorcore CDs and all that bought from there. You know,
Oh,
so
yeah.
it used to be easy to figure out who was good because you could go to a CD store, you know, and if they sold it, it was probably good. If they didn't, yeah. But now, you know, the internet makes it easy, but there's a lot of bullshit to wade through. And then when you do find a good one, you're like, yes. Oh, they haven't released music in 3 years. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, I've found this out too. Like reaching out to some of these big name artists, and like I'm like, oh, I can play their music, great. What recent shit did they have? Absolutely fuck all. They haven't done shit in like a hot fucking minute, and I'm like, damn it. But I think another easy way to fuck it, like to find, you know, the guys that are really killing it in the game, are to look at like who's signed on to the big labels, who's headlining the shows. Like the closer to the fucking closer you are, is like, okay, you have my attention. If you're that first act, man.
That's bad though. You know how many times I've been the like true opener
Really?
over the years? Many times, man. And my theory is, if you open, you better set the shit off right. Like I'll go in. I've volunteered to open. You know, I've done shows where it's like all of my friends are booked on it, and I'm like, fuck it, I'll go first. Y'all
Yeah.
get the fuck with me.
But no, I've been to shows though where like, you know, that first couple acts are. It depends on where you go, I think too.
And I think it does vary area. I mean, out my way, I've gone to shows where it's like first couple acts were amazing, and as we get closer to the actual bill, it gets worse. I'm like, how the fuck are you guys that far in?
Yeah, no, but recently I've gone to shows, and honestly, I'm not batting 1,000, but like I would say a good 90% of the night was just like fire. Not necessarily horrorcore, but you know, some really good artists out there now, and it's different for me because I didn't know the scene at all. Like I was strictly clowns for fucking 10 years easy. So I had no idea about who Dark Half was, who Scum was. You know, I didn't know. I barely knew Twisted. I still don't. I still don't fucking know Twisted, but
you need to fix that.
I mean, so I owned Independence Day back in the day, and it was probably the only album I can like know front to back. But I didn't hate it, you know.
I would start with Most Tasteless. Their first.
That's what a lot of people are very divided on what Twisted album is the best. Not like I feel like ICP, it's understandable like what Joker card is the best, but I feel like there's more division with people deciding which Twisted album is better.
I mean, with that, it's always a lot of people. It's the first one they heard. My first Twisted album was Most Tasteless, so that was always, you know, that's always the first one I recommend. Like if you want to hear their old school sound,
right?
And you know, jump forward a few years. Green Book's great. I mean, honestly, on their psychopathic run, they really didn't put out a terrible album. Like Man's Myth and Mutant were kind of meh, but it was a 2-piece album that they could have cut a bunch of songs out and made one.
Right.
But like Green Book's great. Fucking Most Tasteless is amazing. Mirror Mirror's great. Freak Show's great. I mean, they have their old shit's good. It's the M&E era where I'm not such a big.
Again, it's similar like my feelings on Hell's Pit. I feel like I don't like the production on a lot of their music.
I just don't like the rock and roll vibe. Like if I want to go listen to like heavy metal or rock, I have bands I want to go listen to.
Right.
If I want to listen to Twisted, I want to hear them talking about killing people and smoking weed. That's what I want to hear. It's
Yeah,
what
I know the
used
homie Bash from the what is it now? The Villains podcast. He keeps changing the name of it. He has more names than I do. Uh but he always talked about how he would go to shows and they were doing like rock versions of their old classics, and it like the songs aren't meant to have drum, like they're not meant to have guitar like that.
So some of their old stuff would fit because in the instrumental itself, they'd
Right.
have actual guitar lines and stuff like that, but it doesn't mean it transitions well to a live guitar or a live drum. But also that's a difference in instrumental style from late 90s, early 2000s,
Right.
etc. Things have changed, but I mean I can go back and listen to Most Tasteless, and it's not the greatest production value, 20 some odd years later,
Right.
but
I
it's not
mean,
going to.
same thing can be said about Carnival of Carnage, and I mean that's why a lot of ninjas now, like a lot of these younger juggalos like myself, are like, I don't feel for Carnival of Carnage that much, um, because of it's a lot more boom bappy and like a different era of music.
Fuck,
But
what was Bartlehouse Carnage, like 91, 92, some shit like that?
yeah, I would have been 2 when that fucking shit came out. So
I mean, I was born in '89, but I grew up with it. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
that
yeah.
kind of.
See, I came in right at Shangri-La, and I worked my way back, and I was like, okay, Carnival, it didn't really feel for, but like Riddlebox, Ringmaster are like I think my favorite eras. Not excluding Shangri-La, because I love Shangri-La. But again, you were saying that's the first album you came into. You're obviously gonna hold it to like a higher regard.
My first one was Great Malenko, so.
Oh, you're a real juggalo. Okay,
No,
got it.
you say all that.
Got it. No, I'm clowning on some of the the people in the chat who like to clown on us newer juggalos.
Here's a fun fact. Being a juggalo for many years, like it's no different than any group of people. A lot of juggalos fucking suck as human beings, and
Facts.
some of them are great. And the family era that they like to call it wasn't as family in tuned as it was. I knew plenty of dudes who were fucking selling each other drugs and fighting each other and doing dumb shit.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it wasn't this peaceful hippie era of shit.
No, a lot of it. There was a lot more like gatekeeping back then. Actually, like to get in the fucking scene back then, there was rumors that you had to get like jumped in and shit. Like, what the fuck is that?
Those weren't rumors because you got to remember in some areas that shit became real gang life.
Right. Well, I remember the Juggalo Holocaust shit going around back in the day. And I was like, is that just scare tactics to like
internet trolls being internet trolls?
Right. I was at a Philly show waiting in line, and people were talking about fucking Juggalo Holocaust, and I came from a farm-ass town where there was no Juggalos, so this was news to me, and I'm like, oh, that's fun. Well, I'm still gonna go to the show and have a good fucking time.
Shit, dude. The shows in Cincinnati, when we'd come out at the end of the night, they'd have police lined up all on the street. Like it looked like a war zone when you stepped out. Because in Cincinnati, all the shows went to Bogarts, and Bogarts was in one of the rougher neighborhoods. So on top of juggalos being clowns, metaphorically and literally, I always just walk out, there's fucking police dogs, dudes in riot gear. You're like, fuck, dude, it's just a show. Calm down. Some of these people are idiots, but not all of us.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like a lot of bad apples are spoiling a whole bunch more really decent fucking guys. There's some really decent juggalos out there, but they're not the ones that are front and stage. I feel like those bad ones are like, look at me, look what I'm doing.
The thing is, you can put that to any aspect of life, though.
Right.
You're going to notice bad things far more than you ever notice good. Perfect example is like in customer service. People are 10 times more likely to complain than they ever are to compliment.
Yeah.
Bad situations weigh more on your mind, and it weighs more on your memory than good things. You'll remember a lot of bad shit and forget good shit. So it's how life works for some fucked up reason. Humans are pessimistic and nihilistic at heart.
And despite all that, we're gonna bring back the fucking not the family era, because you know the family, like you were saying, the family era wasn't perfect. I think it's appropriately named the family era because family is not perfect. And there's not 100% love across a family all the time either. You know, we're family. It doesn't have to be perfect. But I feel like we just need to fucking stop being such shitheads and get back to what was important. What was the music and the fucking, you know, life. Not who's more famous. Not what the hell's going on in the clown's personal life. Which people worry way too fucking much about what goes on in their personal life.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what a 55-year-old millionaire does with his life. I'm just
right. I'm like, good on him, man.
As you know what I mean, like if he's doing dumb shit, and you know, consequences will eventually come, because if you do like really fucked up shit, it airs out eventually.
Right.
But other than that, I don't give a fuck. Do drugs, fucking fuck prostitutes, whatever floats your boat.
Right. I mean, they act like it's a new idea. Like fucking Motley Crue did heroin on the regular.
Fucking
as a snack.
I mean, what was it? Nick Dix fucking OD'd once or twice.
Right, at least. I feel like that was the going thing back then. So like it's nothing new. It's the rock star lifestyle.
Lead singer of Sublime OD'd. Fucking what was it? The lead singer of Alice in Chains OD'd.
Right.
I mean, like
so we're not special. Is my message to all of you out there? You're not special. Also, boof the hate. That's a new saying that we've got going. Boof the hate. Just shove it right up in that asshole. But speaking of boof and shit, our next guest. Oh yeah, I do fucked off segues into the music sometimes. Artists love it. Nobody watches my show. But up next is Aaron Romero, featuring Short Rock. The song is called Self-Taught.
I won't lie, when you said boof it, I thought we were going into Clockworky. Just
nah, I wish, man. I don't have any clockwork tonight.
I'm a motherfucking real one, you should know. Stupid hole, pulling sun cards, no Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm a climb on top of roof and go. King Donkey Kong, Empire State, scoop, poop and throw. Eat a shoe and grow, Paul Ray, giant son. Shoot a couple streets for the block, no, I'm her son. I'm like the Walking Dead, our kids are shooters too. Just popped up and shut your head, you hungry, through and through. You just flip dimes, I just wanna spit rhymes. I don't fuck with bitch guys, that's why I fuck with thick rhymes. My penis is this side, you feel it like riptide, hanging like a necktie. Dirty, better get tied. The Don fell, Coney crime mob, no problem. Boy, one to hit you with a Batman, no gossip. I see you in the streets, we've been a rivals. A hoe was hated on my bitch, and I've been a rival. We slap tracks and attack like defies and fight with a knife and stab your ass with a pen. We'll hold the steward as hostage, I'm just playing evil. Throw you off the fucking roof and see just how fly you off. Gun got smoking, sleep with one eye open. Got the snow in the tree and the fun guy pulling. You a dumb guy trolling, typing on your Facebook, sucking dick and selfies, worried about a gay look. I wonder if you take hooks. No, not the girls right. When I say a hook, you know I'm talking about a left or right. Next to fight, I'm a Corey Graves, you a virus ass. Shut up, beat a brother up verbally just while I'm rapping. Wow, trash and violent, smashing. If you frown, we getting down. If you smile, I smack ya. I'm a higher stature, you a crying act. I spit gas, hit you with the fire after. You're tired gasping, time for action. Put the D on your X like retired factions. Hold up, AR, Short Rock with some old cuts. Thick crimes with the 90s banging, make them go nuts. We slap tracks and attack like defies and fight with a knife and stab your ass with a pen. I hold a steward as hostage, I'm just playing evil. Throw you off the fucking roof and see just how fly you off.
There is no second place for me. I do not follow anybody without having my respect. respect, I'm not following you. Nobody should be asking for the fucking wheel if you ain't got the people behind you.
That was Aaron Romero with Self-Taught featuring Short Rock. Looks like we lost Mister Sinful for a hot minute. So we're going to continue on with the music. Next up, we have somebody. We have Gunsmoke. It's your boy Gunsmoke with Just Because off of his Positive Aggression album.
I wake up in the morning to the same damn thing. Got addiction in the brain, ain't a damn thing changed. Yeah, I'm still insane after 7 years, man. Just because I've been clean, it doesn't change anything. Cause I still have a tendency to cut the corner regularly. Instant satisfaction is an addict's worst enemy. It's gonna be the death of me if I can fix it mentally. I gotta go the long way to find the right recipe. Do not get it twisted thinking that you gon' fix it when you put the drugs down. That is only the beginning, cause you still got a whole lot of work to do. There's a lot of other things that are hurting you, like the anger and resentment that is causing the obsession for you to act out on your built-up aggression. Then you gotta let it go, you gotta stop pretending. All that work starts here, and it's never ending. Let's just because you're clean right now, that don't mean a damn thing if you cannot figure out what is wrong with your brain. You will slowly slide back down and be left with the shame. Just because you're clean right now, that don't mean a damn thing. Getting clean is easy, but the hard part is staying there. If you call sleeping, it'll get you in your underwear. Never be unprepared, it can come from anywhere. Work on yourself every day to overcome your fear. You cannot stop now, there's no way you can clock out. Gotta keep on working like this, it's your job now. Every single day, so I ain't never gonna calm down. I'ma keep on fighting and I'm steady dropping bombs now. Ready for whatever and I'm never gonna settle. Got my foot up on the pedal, every day I'm getting better. Put the past in the shredder like I'm tearing up a letter so that I can keep on going and be better than ever. Yeah, it takes a lot of work, but you can do it if you want to. If you keep on pushing, there ain't no way they can stop you. If you stop working, it will come back and haunt you and snatch you out your comfort zone, and then it's gonna off you. Just because you're clean right now, that don't mean a damn thing if you cannot figure out what is wrong with your brain. You will slowly slide back down and be left with the shame. Just because you're clean right now, that don't mean a damn thing.
That was Gunsmoke RYD with Just Because. Fucking Tobias Stone in the chat. Also, my stepdaddy.
ZZZ.
Zuz in the house. I'm rocking my DMP charm right now somewhere. I guess it fell fucking off. That's concerning.
I had some slight technical difficulties, so
I seen that.
Well, so I'm off work right now. I had a work-related injury, so I'm on workman's comp, right?
Right.
And then my wife works every night. I've been off taking care of the kids and stuff, and she calls me on her lunch break every day about 8:30. And I declined the call, but it fucked up the sound and stuff.
Right.
So I called her back real quick, like, "Hey, honey, I'm in the middle of doing this," and et cetera, et cetera. She was disappointed. I'm like, "I know, but I told you I had this plan." She calls me and the kids every night. You know, she says goodnight to the kids and all that fun stuff.
Oh, well, I do apologize for that, my guy. But
Don't
I'm happy
apologize.
you're here. Happy you're here, my guy. Fucking chat. Mid-South Monster in the house. Congrats, Mid-South, for dropping fucking Greytown Assassin is finally out. This is the best time to talk about some fucking new releases that were out. Midtown Assassin dropped, or Greytown Assassin. I'm fucking it up. I don't know why you hire me. Greytown Assassin recently fucking dropped. Absolute fucking fire. You know what else just drops? This little ditty here. The homies Grim Smiles and Knowledge. Pandora's Box dropped 2 nights ago, I believe. super fucking fresh. Check that shit out. I'm bad at this. And of course, Shaggy 2 Dope and the Professor Shags in the quest for the ultimate groove. I've heard mixed reviews on this album. Do you have any opinions on? Have you peeped out the album yet?
I haven't picked up anything from Psychopathic in many years, my friend.
Oh, you're one of those Jugga boomers.
No, I stopped and enjoyed it, man. But
right,
you know, I can't say that I've enjoyed a Twisted album in many years either.
I feel that. You know, I talk to a lot of like older Juggalos that really just don't vibe with some of the newer stuff. I'm not a fan of Chapter 17. I will say that.
I will say that new, like, I wouldn't say new, but like artists that are starting to gain a little notoriety in the Juggalo scene. Homie Zetro just popped in and he's killing it.
I love Zetro.
Fucking, that's my dude. Done a couple shows with him. He's a good human being.
He is, man, and
a dope MC. So you know.
Yes,
but the human being thing, like, are you a good person? That's what matters to me. Like, I met a lot of artists, and some of them are just fucking assholes. I'm like, well, fuck you. I will never buy anything you own.
I can relate. I try not. You know, I don't talk about it on the show too much, but I've had my run in with a handful. One specific one that recently just messaged us about being mad at us. I'm like, great, thanks for the update. But
fuck them.
Yeah, fuck them. But everybody fucking with looking like a cult. Absolutely mid-south. Zitro. Now you have me doing it. Zitro and Doc Gruesome and the homie Mid-South Monster looking like a cult. I said it last week. It's the best song of 2023 so far. Fight me on it. And of course, there is one more release that is out, which is this one. This tour is going on right now. I think it's interesting, the concept of the tour. I had no idea what to expect. The homie Craze McCormick went to the tour. I didn't realize they were going to be on the stage at the same time. That like all three guys are on the stage at the same time. They just kind of like tag on and off, and they do like their joint pieces together and whatnot.
Shit like that's always awesome. Fucking, that was one of the cool things about seeing Dark Lotus perform was, you know, even though it was, you know, a group, you knew each artist. And it's like, oh, it's cool seeing them do it together.
Right.
And what was it? They the second Attack of the Ninjas, the entire M&E label, the end of the show, were all performing together, doing features and stuff together. So it was cool seeing, you know, Blaze and fucking Twisted and who else was on it at the time? Gorilla Voltage, Gmo, all them guys, you know, Lex the Hexmaster, all on stage doing songs and shit together. It was just, it's always cool when you see that shit, man. Like, as an artist, if I do a song, like if I make a song with someone and we're ever on a bill together, I love to perform it.
Right. That kind of leads into a question I had and then fucking forgot to just reminded me. You know, you've done a handful of features with some really cool artists. Is there a song that you featured with that you would love to do on stage as like a collab that you haven't?
I mean, everything I've done with Jay Bazaar, we've done live at some point, other than a couple like solo album things. And then from there, I mean, I've done it. The artists I have worked with,
yeah.
I mean, outside of like the ones that are much larger than I am, but you know, all the underground cats that are within my level, we've done songs on stage and shit together. What was it? A month or two ago, I did I Can Make You Famous at a Scum show at Nasty out in Indiana.
Super cool.
So, yeah. If I make a song with you, I want to do it live.
Well, is there one that you haven't done, even if it's somebody you feel like is a little bit above you, that you would love to do with that person live?
Yeah, actually. So I have a song called Tulips with Boondocks.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that one. I've played that one on here before.
I would love to do that one live with him, but that's probably never going to happen.
All right, I'm hitting up Boondocks after the show and be like, "Fuck Boondocks, we need this." He's like, "Who the fuck are you?" Yeah, he's my boy. We talk all the time, making shit up. But
fake it till you make it, I guess.
Yeah, I always fake it. Like I said, the show sucks. It's a complete lie. Jay Bazaar says that Three-Headed Monster album is pretty dope. I agree. But everybody knows the best Esham song is Woo 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 Woo. I think I threw an extra woo in there.
I don't agree with that, but okay.
Right. I say shit to piss people off.
You can have your opinion, but
right.
Saying opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one.
So there's a running gag with my homies that I reach out to artists to get permission to play the songs. You know that. I reached out to Esham so I could play his music, but I said if Esham gets back to me and gives me permission, I am exclusively playing Woo 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 every single week until somebody tries to attempt at my life. Cause I'm gonna fucking milk that shit so hard. Speaking of milking shit hard. No. Speaking of, doing collabs with people, this next song is one that you've done with the homie Donnie Menace. And I lost it. It was in my list and now it's gone.
You fucked up.
I fucked up. This whole show is just me fucked up. I need an audio clip. It's Treacherous. Featuring Donnie Menace. You wanna tell us a little bit about it before we play it?
It speaks for itself.
Hell yeah. I love your interviews.
Dude,
you're chilling. I get it.
I'm a normal fucking dude.
Just wait. We have a new bit coming up soon that's gonna be interview-tastic. It's just gonna be chef's kiss. Which we might roll out here after we listen to the song. Mister Sinful, aka the once Sinful Killer, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Featuring Donnie Menace, the once Menace of Donnie, Treacherous.
You destroy a fiend who has so far proven himself indestructible. Those who come to end his reign of terror stay to become his victims.
Messing with my son is often kinda treacherous. Break your fucking neck and have you leaving on a stretcher. It's quite simple, I'm just sinful. Your body parts hanging from a tree like that tinsel. Messing with my son is often kinda treacherous. Chunks of flesh missing have you looking like a leopard. It's quite simple, I'm just sinful. Your body parts hanging from a tree like that tinsel. I'ma snap and leave a crater where your city was. Murder often gets me high, but this is like a shitty buzz. I'm feeling shitty cause I didn't catch your head rush. It's really such a pity that you didn't get your head crushed. But we can alter that, I'm always down to saunter back. Drag you to my cul-de-sac while scuffing up your starter cap. Beat you with a crowbar, death in the family. Jason got his ass whooped for thinking he could handle me. I'm calamity, destruction is my art form. My mood is like a powder keg, you spark me up and starts war. I'm all for horsemen in a flesh suit. Even on my worst day, I guarantee I best you. You failed the test, dude, you should've tried to study me. Your family got worked and you caught a fucking bludgeoning. And now you're judging me, but really I don't give a fuck. You're just another bitch and I heard you keep your penis tucked. Messing with my son is often kinda treacherous. Break your fucking neck and have you leaving on a stretcher. It's quite simple, I'm just sinful. Your body parts hanging from a tree like that tinsel. Messing with my son is often kinda treacherous. Chunks of flesh missing have you looking like a leopard. It's quite simple, I'm just sinful. Your body parts hanging from a tree like that tinsel.
The God is treacherous, it's Donnie Menace, bitch. The type to use your own shoulder blades to chop your head with it. Talking reckless will get you ended quick. Fuck around, I'll stampede your family. You know, Dr. Death, your shit. These fuck rappers, I often question them and all the messiness. They think they're put together, but homie, I'm a separatist. Splatter my bladder on cadavers, I let it drip. Even though they all are excrement, I'd rather watch them rest in piss. Not the one to be argumentative with. Fuck talking, if you dig a hole with me, then I'll just drop you in the ditch and name the way up with the watch that's on my wrist. So it's not just a John Doe, because your body won't exist. You don't want me running inside of your residence, cause I can bring it to your whole family. Son, I promise I'm generous. Think you're sicker than me? This blade I got is the medicine. You'll literally throw hands with me, cause I'm gonna sever them.
Messing with the sun is often kinda treacherous. Break your fucking neck and have you leaving on a stretcher. It's
quite simple. I'm just sinful. Your body parts hanging from a tree like the tinsel. Messing with the sun is often kinda treacherous. Chunks of flesh missing have you looking like a leopard. It's quite simple. I'm just sinful. Your body parts hanging from a tree like the tinsel.
Louder, lamb chop. I think you may have a collapsed lung. That always impedes the oratory. Now that was rude. The first boy Blunder had some manners. I suppose I'm going to have to teach you a lesson so you can better follow in his footsteps. Nah, I'm just gonna keep beating you with this crowbar.
Hell yeah. That was Treacherous with yours one and only Mister Sinful and Donnie Menace. But like I mentioned, we're going to try out something a little new on the show tonight. I did put the Q&A up for questions from the audience. So if you guys have questions for Mr. Sinful, you can throw them in the comments, in the prompt, whatever. And we'll get to those. But also, we're going to, since I'm so shit at the actual interview side of things, because I think we should just hang out and chat sometimes.
I'm cool.
I tapped into the Matrix and tried out this new fucking thing called AI. Who fucking knew? And first of all, what are your opinions on AI, especially with I've seen some AI cover art going around, AI bullshit. What's your opinion on AI?
Sarah Connor's rolling in her grave.
I'm glad she's dead. I don't know why I said that, but no, I like some of the aspects of AI because I don't want to have to fucking sit there and think and process a whole fucking a whole thing I'm trying to say. Like my sister-in-law just had a fucking wedding, and she doesn't watch my show, so it's great I can say this. We were supposed to write letters to her for they would open a year later, and I wasn't gonna fucking put the effort in. So AI is great for some shit, but not everything, clearly. But I thought it'd be funny to see what AI has for us. What questions the Void wants to know. What do they want to know so that they become sentient and kill us?
So, fun thing is they had I don't know if there's a news article that came out. They had a robot AI based, and it was doing manual labor tasks, and it killed itself because it said "fuck this shit."
That sounds awesome, man. So robots no better than us.
So we're like, oh, AI, they could take over. No, apparently once they get used to how we do things, they say, fuck
Right.
this, I'm out.
Apparently robots are as lazy as we are, and that's why the fucking ice cream machine never works at McDonald's.
Your ice cream working? Yes. Fuck, I didn't think I'd get this far.
Honestly, I worked at McDonald's, and our ice cream machine worked pretty much most of the time. So I don't know what to tell y'all. Your McDonald's sucks.
I've actually never had a problem unless you're rolling up late at night when they've shut it down.
When they're cleaning it. But I also remember sometimes it would go down because they weren't cleaning it, and fun fact about those ice cream machines, they have sensors in them, and if you don't clean them in the time frame that they want cleaned, they go into lockdown mode.
That's a food safety thing, though. They don't want to get people sick.
Right. So if your McDonald's fucking ice cream machine is usually down, that means your McDonald's is not the cleanest McDonald's, which isn't saying a lot.
I was about to say, it's McDonald's, my guy.
Right. Another fun fact, don't get ice in your fucking drinks, because I remember working at McDonald's, and you clean a lot of things at McDonald's. They don't really empty out the ice bins and clean the bottoms of those things too often.
Ooh, that should be a nightly task, man. Melt that shit down.
It should, but overnight. But let's see what AI has for us tonight. All right, some of these are going to be cringy as fuck, and I might even change them as they go. But this isn't on me. This is the robot's fault. If you were a horror movie villain, what would your signature weapon be?
Oh shit, probably some Hellraiser shit, man. Chains and fucking.
Some magic, some dark demon magic.
I mean, Hellraiser is probably one of my favorites.
Hell yeah! I feel like that's what makes some of them so scary is that it wasn't just something physical. Like Freddy, it was dreams. Like that's not just it's a dude with a knife. No, he's in your dreams.
Yeah, fucking one of those things. Nightmares suck, man. So
Right. Hellraiser's down that like path of like it's not really something you can defend against.
No, they're just don't play with puzzle boxes.
Right, facts. Quit being a smart fuck. You see a puzzle at Barnes and Noble, you're like, fuck that. That's gonna bring up Hellraiser.
Wouldn't it be great? It's like, oh look, it's a puzzle. Oh, there's bears and honeypots. This is fine, and it spawns a fucking portal to the seventh circle of hell.
It's like a fucking kid's puzzle with like 4 pieces, and it's in a fucking playground or like a fucking daycare.
Jesus, there you go.
Yeah,
there's your horror movie idea, man.
Where's that Hellraiser? We got big-breasted Hellraiser. Now I want fucking preschool puzzle Hellraiser.
When did we big-breasted Hellraiser? I'm confused on that one.
I don't know, but I was oddly for it. Now I'm waiting for all the other ones. Where's our big-breasted Freddy Krueger?
I am, just to answer your question, I am a PlayStation player. Got my PS5 in my house. I've actually been wasting a lot of time on the Diablo 4 release.
Man, I want it so bad. It's not in my budget right now, and like it's everywhere. Even like Facebook ads. The robots fucking hate me. Even the Facebook ads are like, "Oh, buy Diablo 4," and I'm like, I would fucking love to. I can't.
It's enjoyable. I've played the Diablo series since Diablo 1. You know what I mean? So it's been a part of my childhood and teenage years and shit, and I've been, especially having the last month off of work, it's been I've been stir crazy and bored, and then Diablo 4 dropped. I was like, oh, thank God, something to do.
Right. I've been playing Minecraft for the past like 2 fucking months with my kids, and I'm just over Minecraft. You hit a point where it's like really done everything, and now I want to play Diablo. And
I mean, have you built, the fucking St. Louis Arch from scratch in Minecraft yet?
Absolutely not.
Then you have everything you can do.
See, I'm also I am strictly a fuck creative mode. I'm playing on survival, bro. Like, why are you playing Minecraft if you're just doing creative mode? Like, go outside. But survival actually has there's that new Minecraft game though that just dropped too. That looks more like RPG-esque.
See, I've never touched a Minecraft game. I didn't like Legos as a kid, so I don't like virtual Legos.
Well, and that's why I don't like creative mode, because that's what creative mode is virtual Legos. But like, honestly, like survival mode is like a survival horror game, but like in a blocky ass world where you have to build shit, Zitro says Sonic the Hedgehog is the GOAT. I agree. I'm actually a huge Mario fan, not to steal, Keegan's fucking thunder, but I love playing Mario and will always love playing Mario.
So fun story. Fucking first time I met Zitro was at, last year at Nasty Bash. Right. And we sat there talking, like, looking at the trailer for the new Sonic game that released, talking about it. That's actually kind of funny. And then my favorite video game genre, fucking probably RPGs.
Right. I think what I like is sandbox games. I don't want to be, railroaded into following a fucking storyline. There's like exceptions, like Borderlands and shit. But I mean, Borderlands kind of sandbox too.
Let me put it to you this way: like the PS5 release of Diablo 2, I have 600 hours in that game.
Gross. That's Diablo 3 for me. I have so much fucking time in Diablo 3.
That's just the PlayStation version.
Yeah.
That's not counting, on the PC as a kid playing Diablo 2 and then Lord of Destruction. And Diablo 3, just as many hours.
Yeah, I remember back when key hunting was actually like a thing and like fun, and not just they just hand you everything, you know. Zitro says I got a full playthrough on my gaming channel for Sonic Frontiers. Hell yeah, White Eyed Gaming on YouTube and Twitch, I believe.
Go check that shit out.
Absolutely. Also my homie Flipsy just launched a brand new channel because he's not necessarily with Villains podcast anymore. He is, but he isn't, and he wanted to do his own thing. And he's a gamer. He loves the game. He also likes to talk about the scene, and he likes snakes, and he just wants to talk about what he wants to talk about while playing video games. He had his first episode last night, which I was on. The show is called Flipsy Unfiltered, and I helped him out doing this beautiful fucking thumbnail. But go check that shit out as well. Flipsy Unfiltered on YouTube. He was playing Twisted Metal Black, I believe, and I was playing the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Shredder's Revenge and getting my ass kicked. But back to the robot questions. This is personal. What the hell, robot? What's the scariest nightmare you've ever had? Would you consider turning it into a song?
It has been turned into a song, and it's called Somnus.
Oh, I love Somnus. That was the first song I played on the show.
So that was actually, as a teenager, I suffered from night terrors real bad, to the point where at one point, I woke up and was running through the house from whatever the fuck was in my closet. My dad woke up with a pistol, thought someone was breaking in through my room.
Damn.
So I actually have done that.
Somnus creeped me out a little bit because I also, as a child, I didn't have night terrors, but I lived in a house that was haunted. And I don't like to talk about it a lot because it fucks with me. But, I would wake up and, shit would come out of the closet and I would see it. And yeah, so that song fucked with me a little too.
So when I was probably 13, my parents were finally able to afford to buy a house, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they had bought a farmhouse from my father's grandma because her husband passed away. She was not doing so well. She sold the house to my parents, and it was like a 150-year-old house, man. And we started like at 13, I was helping my parents rip up floorboards and shit, and we were finding pieces of the original house, and it was from like 1850 and shit. And the house, like the upstairs portion of it, just had this terrible fucking overwhelming feeling in it when we moved into it.
Mm-hmm.
Like our dog, we had a Labrador, and she slept with me from the moment she was a puppy. Her kennel was in my room, and she refused to come up into my bedroom.
Damn.
And like my cousin, my aunt, all sorts of people just would not fuck with the upstairs portion. And I remember at one point my brother and I were sleeping on the couch just because it's fucking crazy. Like there was this a hole in one of the closets, and it was just, you could shine a light into it and it was just dark, like it didn't illuminate. And there was an old picture of Jesus, white Jesus at that was left in the house. So my brother took it and was like, fuck it, Jesus can watch this shit.
Yeah.
I remember him coming running out of the room because the picture of Jesus was no longer in the closet. It was sitting on the other side of the room. He was like, fuck this.
Damn.
He said, I'm camping out on your floor tonight. But I'd wake up fucking, and it was all self-inflicted, but I'd wake up with scratch marks and shit. And
right.
It's just from, when you're having a nightmare, you're not in control of your body.
Right.
But, as a kid, you're like, oh, there's something evil. As an adult, I'm like, yeah, it's a fucked up ass dream. And, you're fighting something in your sleep and you're getting yourself because there's nothing actually grabbing you.
Right. Oh, sleep demons are the worst too. But my girlfriend suffers from actual night terrors, which is great. But it's weird because she has the night terrors, and like I'll be sitting like next to her in bed and she'll be passed out, and all of a sudden she'll jump the fuck awake and scare me half to fucking death too. But I have the opposite problem where I sleep heavy, but I will have a whole ass conversation in my sleep with you and not know anything I said. Like I can function while sleeping and not actually be awake. And it's problematic sometimes because my girlfriend would be like, "Well, I asked you this," and I'll be like, "Did you though?" Because I was not awake.
I got to the point where like my mind recognizes when I'm going into one of those dreams.
Right.
So it's not like as an adult, it's like you wake up, that was fucked up, but it's not overwhelming because I'm like, yeah, I knew I was dreaming.
Right. Yeah, I have that issue where like if I realize that I'm dreaming, I try to scare myself awake in my dream, but then I get into the cycle of constantly waking up in the dream and thinking I'm awake and then realizing again that I'm sleeping, and then it just cycles for hours of me just, scaring myself.
I hit sleep paralysis when I do that shit. Like if I don't, like my mind will wake up but my body's still out.
Yeah.
And it's even worse though, because you're like, all right, am I still asleep? Am I awake? I can't move. When you try to fall back asleep, and then you go into another cycle of fucked up ass dreams. You're just like,
yeah, I hate it. But good question, computer.
That's a good one.
These aren't bad. I gotta admit, these are not bad. If you could collaborate with any classic horror film director, who would it be and why?
Fucking probably Clive Barker, man.
Clive, hell yeah, Clive. Some not even like just the heart-shaped box series stuff.
Cabal.
Some of his other like horror shit. Book of Blood.
Nightbreed is probably one of my favorite horror films, and I've never been fortunate enough to get the director's cut where they actually put in the movie because they cut a bunch of shit out because it's like I have a song called Midian. And it's kind of based upon that idea of in Nightbreed, the home of the monsters was Midian. So I loved Clive Barker shit.
Oh yeah. I'm a huge fan of some of the horror writers. Stephen King, obviously, but like, I think Stephen King's a little played out. It's good, but there's too much. I'm into Dean Koontz was the same way. Like, there's some really good Dean Koontz, and then there's some not great Dean Koontz. I forget where I was going with this, but I think Lloyd Kaufman would be my answer. Fucking Trauma all day with Trauma.
But and let's see, who would be a good second? Wes Craven, even though he's dead.
Yeah, he was the GOAT when it came to horror movies.
Fucking Scream, Nightmare on Elm Street.
But let's see what else we got here. What is the most unusual inspiration you've drawn to create a horrorcore song?
Fuck. I can't really think of an unusual one. Most of them are pretty common. I guess I'm trying to think of all my songs. Oh, fuck. I mean, I had an album where it was my first like real album was based upon going and getting therapy, and it ends up you're actually in a hell loop. Like the old, if you ever watch like old sci-fi films when you go to hell.
Right. That's actually, it's based on an old like German like story written way back in the fucking day by a guy named Gioth. Which and then there's a play or something where a guy's like in a room, like a blank empty room, and he's in hell or whatever. But yeah, it's the idea of the hell loop type thing.
But yeah, I had like an album where that was the theme throughout it. Like the album got darker towards the end, and it ended on like, hey bro, you've basically been stuck here for a minute and you just keep repeating this process.
Right. It reminds me of, I don't know if you've seen it, but I think it was the third season of American Horror Story. I think it was Coven. And the witches have to like make a deal where they go through like their personal hell they have to go into their personal hell, and they have to like come out, and it's not like you automatically come out. and the one girl is like the super like life oriented white witch, and she gets stuck in her personal hell where she constantly has to dissect a frog over and over and over again.
See, I watched fucking a lot of the American Horror Story seasons. I eventually stopped just because it kind of got played out for me. Yeah,
it got overcomplicated, I think.
You were always waiting for what kind of dumbass twist was going to occur.
Right. I think like the first season was fantastic, and I was really let down. I was just super let down with Asylum.
I loved Asylum. I thought Asylum was great.
I liked it, but then like they could have stopped a couple episodes shy of the end and just left it.
With every season though. They could have stopped a little sooner.
Yeah, and then they overcomplicated it more, and aliens and crazy shit. And
I think the last season I watched was the cult one.
Yeah, didn't they like tie them all together in the end? They made like a season that brought every season like tied together.
That I don't know, but I know they did tie some of them together.
But yeah, I stopped after Freak Show was the one I didn't watch, so I stopped after Coven.
See, Freak Show wasn't bad.
Yeah, I heard Freak Show was pretty good.
But I had a fucking Fire Stick with the Kodi app on it, so I could watch any and everything for free.
Hell yeah. Let's see. Wrong tab.
Wow, Jay Bazaar jumped in like 20 minutes after a McDonald's conversation with something about McDonald's.
He's probably catching up. If you're watching now, Jay Bazaar, you're my stepdad. Let's see. We talked about that with the supernatural stuff. That's the same question twice. Why the fuck?
Because it's artificial intelligence, and intelligence is questionable.
Right. What, if any, is your most bizarre horror prop? I'm just gonna say prop in general. Have you used during a live performance?
I don't get gimmicky when I perform live. I kind of just go like old school hip hop, get up there, rap my fat ass off, and jump off.
Have you ever like donned a mask or painted up or none of that?
Nope. I go up as myself, man. A bandana with Jay Bazaar that had DMP on it, and then dropped it as we started rapping. That was the closest thing, you know what I mean? Being a juggalo, I just remember back in the day, when underground artists were painting their faces and shit like that, we clowned on them.
Right.
Like it was like, go and do something different. The guys come out, clown mask, Jason mask, etc. You're just like, it's been done. I mean, painting your face was done before ICP. I mean, fucking Kiss, for example.
I mean, even before Kiss, though. Like,
we can't go into minstrel shows, man. That's fucked up, okay?
Right.
We're a little racial here.
I mean, even before that, though, people painted their face. But, it was big in the 80s. There was several, metal bands that painted their face. And
Kiss came out before the 80s, though, my guy.
Yeah. Kiss, I always think of Kiss, they came out in the late 70s, but they predominantly were an 80s band.
But, I mean, they were big in the 70s, too, though.
Yeah, I love Kiss. I'm a huge Kiss. So, when I'm not listening to horrorcore, I like, 80s rock. And not 80s metal, 80s rock. And, like, the guys with the big hair and the fucking...
So I'm going to throw on some Poison and rock out.
Hell yeah, I love Poison. But... So it's very weird. My two genres don't mix very well. I'm waiting for it. We always joke that we want to make an 80s cover album of all like horrorcore-fied fucking 80s songs. And the homie Mid-South Monster did an amazing job on Pour Some Sugar on Me. He did Pour Some Plasma on Me. It was pretty fucking fire.
So I got bored one day, and there's an old musical. It's called The Sound of Music.
Yeah.
And there's a song in it. I think it's called My Favorite Things. And I sat down, got bored, and wrote like a really dark and fucked up version of it, and then never finished it. But I was like, fuck it, I might actually sit down and finish it, and it'll be like a little skit on an album.
That'd be what's up, man. I would love that. I love when we get covers, but not just like covers where they change the lyrics, especially. Like I loved what they did with that Duran Duran song on when I forget which seed it was. Hungry Like the Wolf. But they juggaloed it up, and I was all for it. But fuck yeah, let's see what else we got here.
Answer a question in chat real quick. My first piece of Juggalo gear, probably a bootleg Hatchet Man.
Hell yeah! I mean, if it's not bootleg, why are you wearing it? I had some real bootleg fucking Hatchet Men back in the day. I got everything from the fucking flea market. Fake ass gems. They fucking like filled with cubic zirconium. Shit turned my neck green. It was real bootleg.
I remember fucking a buddy of mine, his older brother, had a plug for homemade Hatchet Men, but they actually looked really good. They were like spot on,
right?
As far as like they weren't, giant head, short hatchet, etc. But when you looked at the back of it, it looked like bubblegum wrapper, and that's how you could tell it wasn't made from the best of material. And then I went to order my first real Hatchet Man charm off Hatchet Gear, and I ordered a jersey and a couple shirts, and they sent me everything but my fucking charm. And back in the day, getting a hold of anyone at Hatchet Gear for fucked up orders was next to impossible. You kind of just accepted the L and went on with your day.
Hell yeah. Man, I don't know. I think the first thing I had was it was a Hot Topic shirt, because back then that was like the only place I could find clown shit. And it was the one with the two skulls painted up like Jay and Shaggy. And that was probably my first t-shirt.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, though. It's not like
right.
You can walk into a mall and buy it. It makes fucking life easy.
Right. Back then, like, it was easier to find some of that stuff. Because Hot Topic did have quite a range of clown merch. I bought fucking Quest for Shangri-La at a Hot Topic.
Sorry, have to take my dog out. She's sitting there howling at me.
Oh, you're good. Mine usually bugs me halfway through the show. I have to play a song, take her out. But we're about halfway through the questions. I think it is a good time to take a music break.
Well, real quick, one of the guys said them charms $100 and jerseys were even more expensive. Yeah, that's why I sold drugs as a teenager, my guy.
Hell yeah. Can't incriminate myself.
I will. What are they going to do?
What are they going to do? They're going to go back in time with a time machine and arrest your young ass. That's what's going to happen. But then you're a kid, so they can't.
Statute of limitations are definitely up on that.
Not if you own a time machine.
Yeah, but if you own a time machine, you can do better shit. Like, if you go back in time, are you going to kill baby Hitler?
I'm not. Fuck that. No, then you got to explain to German police why you just outright just killed a German baby.
I mean, I drown a German baby, jump back in my time machine, and go see what kind of fucked up, shit happens.
Yeah, I would be more self-serving. I think I would, I
don't know. Stopping a genocide sounds pretty cool.
I mean, yeah, but if I have a time machine, somebody else has to have a time machine. Like, how is it that I'm the only motherfucker with a time machine?
Because you're the only one that figured out the science behind it.
All right. Well, in your weird world, no, I'm just kidding. Zitro says butterfly effect. Gotta be careful. Yeah, I'm gonna go back and stop Ashton Kutcher from making that goddamn movie. No, I watched the movie with my girlfriend, and the whole time I'm watching it with her, because I've seen it before, I was like, man, don't worry, it gets better. It gets happier in the end.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. It never did. And then I did the same thing with Silence of the Lambs. I'm like, it's fine. It'll be fine. and just it kept more and more just getting worse.
And you know what? I'm a creature of chaos. Butterfly effect. Fuck it. Let's see what kind of future we create by killing Hitler.
I want to go back and get the original ending to Butterfly Effect.
Yeah, my thing is though, it's not like there weren't worse people than Hitler. I mean, Stalin, Mao, one of the fucking African generals that committed genocide in Uganda or some shit.
Hell yeah. And on that note, we're gonna play a song. Fuck, I feel like the next song is also one of yours, but it's also my boy Zizaza.
I mean, do it though. I'm on the show. Fuck it.
No, fuck that. I don't play. No, I'm just kidding. The Dark Embrace with Crossfaded.
What up, y'all? You listening to The Dark Embrace. My name is Sin. Dude behind me here, that's Jay Bazaar. We're about to get fucked up, so what we want to know is, y'all want to, roll up a blunt and maybe get fucked up with us?
Honestly, since I've grown older, it's a rare day that I'm not sober. This year sucks and I've grown colder. That sober streak is now over. Double fist and these double shots. Pour it straight or on the rocks. Fuck a chase, I need more liquor and serve it up in a big pitcher. Tour up from the floor up and I've only smoked like 4 blunts. And the homies rolling more up. Pop box and keep the door shut. Honestly, I'm a lightweight. Don't touch much cause I might hate that crossfade. So why waste that good shit? I'm in my space. Roll out and trip balls and do lines. It's your call. We don't judge, not at all. We got you if you fall. Some drugs are lethal and most are not legal. But do what you need to and go where life leads you. Pouring up another shot. We gonna drink the pain away. Higher than a fucking kite. Been blazing up since yesterday. A homie with the Yola and another with the ecstasy. GHB and LSD, a mind-blowing recipe. Pouring up another shot. We gonna drink the pain away. Higher than a fucking kite. Been blazing up since yesterday. A homie with the Yola and another with the ecstasy. GHB and LSD, a mind-blowing recipe.
I don't go without since not today. Vapes and alcohol lead the way. My mind at altitudes keep away. I'm chasing after that late in the day. Shutting over queso to make the pay. They trade doses to go to space. Don't stay focused but motivated. My dented nature's on a hunt for prey. I can drink more till it numb the pain with a runny nose from the cocaine. Gotta balance and act on my soul, man. Plus orders in for the codeine shit. After that, I'll be laying low. At home again, let it take over. Straight face like I seen a ghost. Ain't make the grade, but I'm getting close. I begin the days out and make a toast. Get the weight baked on and proceed the coast. Every day faded like I take a dose. Then it waits for days, you can see the post. At a pace myself, feel inebriated like a mental patient when he sedated. Probably fall asleep. Am I gonna make it with a spin going on till the cross faded?
Pouring up another shot. We gonna drink the pain away. Higher than a fucking kite. Been blazing up since yesterday. A homie with the Yola and another with the ecstasy. GHB and LSD, a mind-blowing recipe. Pouring up another shot. We gonna drink the pain away. Higher than a fucking kite. Been blazing up since yesterday. A homie with the Yola and another with the ecstasy. GHB and LSD, a mind-blowing recipe. Pouring up another shot. We gonna drink the pain away. Higher than a fucking kite. Been blazing up since yesterday. A homie with the Yola and another with the ecstasy. GHB and LSD, a mind-blowing recipe. Pouring up another shot. We gonna drink the pain away. Higher than a fucking kite. Been blazing up since yesterday. A homie with the Yola and another with the ecstasy.
So, fun fact for you: GHB is basically a roofie. Roofinol.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck the name for it.
Rohypnol, I think, is what it.
Yeah, it's the date rape drug.
The Bill Cosby drug.
Was that what he was using? I thought he was using something different.
I don't know. He was using barbecue sauce.
Do get lit. What was it? A couple years ago, Jay Bazaar and I did we have a couple homies. They throw a festival every year, September-ish. It's called Shit Fest. And we did our entire Dark Embrace, our first album, the very first one from front to back, on LSD.
Hell yeah. Man, I love my boys. Before we get into our next little bit, I gotta show this off. I didn't tell him about this, but I hit up the homie Dak, Diesel Arts Creations in New Jersey. who makes my amazing fucking hockey mask. He makes custom hockey masks for pretty much anybody who's got the money. And, you know, I had Jay on and we were talking about his music and he was wearing the mask. And I was like, fuck, I need a replica. I need a replica mask. And he just fucking finished it and he shared it on social media. So I have to throw that shit up there. Man, I'm excited.
Whoop, whoop, back to you, Mr. Lovejoy.
Fuck yeah. But now I got the replica fucking Jay Bazaar mask.
You do? Holy shit.
Crisp as a motherfucker. But anyway, that's just me flexing on all y'all motherfuckers out there.
It's funny. Him and I at one point talked about coming out doing a Dark Embrace set just dressed up as plague doctors.
That'd be dope.
Yeah, but I can't imagine being able to rap and breathe through one of those. I'm a fat guy.
I mean, I know the camera is deceptive here, but me too. Me too. But you know, I talked about we're trying some new bits on the fucking channel. Some of them are not ready yet, but they will be soon. One of them being Ask Beef Tiger, where I will don the Beef Tiger mask and I will read submitted questions from you guys and give my best advice. Non-professional, for entertainment purposes only, but I will try to help the family in the best way fucking possible. So if you guys have personal questions, fucking anything really, hit me up, send me messages to my email or messenger or what have you. My link tree is in the description below. And fuck, I might read it and answer it live on the Bartlehouse. But another thing that we want to start doing with the guests is a rapid fire questionnaire. 30 seconds on the clock, and we'll ask you as many questions as we get through in 30 seconds. And I just want you to answer as fast as possible with what the first thing that comes into your head. So this is going to be interesting.
All right.
This is the very first time we're doing this. So let's see how this works out. I have my handy dandy clock right here. And I'm going to pull up my questions. Fuck, it only gave me 10. Fuck you, I'm going to ask for more. This is also sponsored by AI, who gave me the shit. All right. And I'm going to read the first question, then I'm going to hit start to make it more fun. If animals can talk, which one would be the rudest?
Dolphins.
What is the strangest thing you have ever eaten?
Ass.
If you could have any superpower for a day, what would it be and how would you use it?
Invisibility, and I'd rob motherfuckers.
What's the weirdest fashion trend you've ever followed?
The goth phase back in the day with the trip pants.
If you could only eat one food for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Burritos.
What's the most embarrassing thing you've ever happened to you in public?
Nothing really.
If you were a vegetable, which one would you be?
The one hooked up to the ICU unit.
All right, great. That was amazing. Fuck. Next time I do this, I should put on a fucking whole ass minute because that was fun, bro. You know what? Fuck it. I'm giving you another 30 seconds. We're gonna finish off these questions. This is fun. All right. What's the most useless talent you have?
I don't have any useless talents. I have no talents.
If you could switch lives with any fictional character, who would it be and why?
Jesus. For obvious reasons.
Yeah. If you were a professional wrestler, what would your entrance theme song be?
I don't know.
What's the weirdest thing you've ever found in your pockets?
LSD.
If you could be any cartoon character for the day, who would you choose?
Time's Up.
Lame. But yeah, who would you be?
Who would I be? Any cartoon character? Like
Yep.
etc.
Yep.
Oh fuck it, let me be Goku for a day.
Goku. Lame. Everybody knows the best person on Dragon Ball Z is Yamcha. Yamcha for life, bro. I love Yamcha.
If I wanted to get bodied, I would just go talk shit to an MMA fighter.
Right. Facts. But
see,
I
don't watch wrestling. I haven't watched it since I was a kid, so I couldn't think of anything to walk into.
I've thought about it a lot. You know, Beef Tiger is the fucking gimmick. So before the Beef Tiger gimmick, it was Bad Company by Bad Company, not the fucking 5-finger cover.
Ooh, actually, I have a good one. It just
go ahead.
like literally. So, they did the writers, psychopathic writers. You know, the original version, not the M&E version.
Right.
Had a song about ass fucking, and that's the one I'd come out to.
Hell yeah. So yeah, before Beef Tiger, it was always gonna be Bad Company. Post Beef Tiger, because he, you know, Taco Bell is the gimmick for some reason. It's Do You Want a Taco by Psycho Stick would be my entrance. As intro says, Yamcha, calm down. I would waste my Dragon Balls every single time bringing back Yamcha.
I would just be Goku because there's a set of items that exist where you get a fucking wish.
Right, facts. Who do you think would win in a fight? I'm not an anime fan, but this is an anime question. Who would you think would win in a fight, Goku or One Punch Man?
So it depends which universe are they in. Goku's universe or One
Goku's universe, but One Punch Man is One Punch Man.
Yeah, the thing is though, with all of these debates, it always like just with like Marvel versus DC, they've had crossovers. Whoever's universe they're in is who's going to win.
I still think One Punch Man is still going to win for some reason.
Yeah, Goku can destroy a planet. Like, just by looking at it. One Punch Man can punch real hard.
Yeah, but once.
But the whole thing is, he'd actually, so technically in Dragon Ball Z, they can't beat gag characters. I forget the little girl's name that was a gag character in Super. But it's kind of their weakness. They can't fuck with gag characters. And One Punch Man is realistically a gag character. No one can hurt him.
Yeah.
So, it just depends on whoever's writing it, what rules they have.
I mean, that's similar to, like, Marvel. For some reason, they make, like, the silly fucking characters the strongest. Like, Squirrel Girl has beaten Thanos several fucking times. Because Squirrel Girl...
I mean, if you had a squirrel crawl up your rectum, wouldn't you give up?
Bro, no, I would be like, send more. One's stuck, you gotta send more.
Here's a fun fact about rodents and anuses, and I'm not talking about gerbils and Richard Gere. So, the human anus can stretch up to about 7 inches or so before it starts to cause damage, right?
Right.
And the average raccoon can squeeze into a space as small as 4.
I knew you were going to say this. I knew exactly what you were going to say as soon as you said the average size of an anus. I'm like, he's going to tell you about raccoons in your anus.
So you can fit almost 2 raccoons in your ass if you really
Isn't it
try.
3? I thought it was 3. But I'm going to try.
I mean, you could fit as many as you want, but you're going to, rupture some shit.
I mean, that's the cost of living, I guess. I don't know what that sentence means, but fuck. All right. Back to our internet fucking robot questions here. And then we're going to get to some submitted. Let's do some of the submitted ones. Let's fucking mix it up. Danglo wants to know what your favorite horror movies are.
Favorite horror movies. So, the Hatchet series is really, really good. They're, throwback to the old school slasher monster flicks. I love the Insidious series. For a PG-13 horror film, the first one in theaters with surround sound, had a lot of good jump moments, and it hit you when you didn't expect it. The violins would start going rapidly, and the pace of the music would rise, and you're expecting it, and it stops, and then it hits you like fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Old school, I love all the old 80s slasher flicks. You know what I mean? Exorcist is great. Um, there's a really, if you're, since there's mostly juggalos watching this, there's a B flick. I found it on Amazon. It's called Clown Camp Massacre, and it basically references juggalos throughout the whole fucking thing. It's
I don't think I've seen that one. I'll have to peep that out.
But yeah, but honestly, I mean, the Hellraiser films I've always loved just because of the ideas behind it.
Right. I like we were talking about that earlier, like I think the idea of like it not being like the typical Wishmaster was like a cheesy fucking movie, but I love the Wishmaster series because of like the uniqueness of.
So it's a really great series if you know anything about mythological creatures. The jinn, depending on which myth you go with, like they can tie into Christian mythology, and I'm calling it mythology because I fucking book written 2,000 years ago. Suck my dick. But they're I'll grant you a wish. I'm gonna do something fucked up to you in the process. So the movie was really cool. It's like what wish would you come up with to get out of that fucked up?
Yeah. I love the idea of Wishmaster so much that I like created almost like a D&D story one time about a genie that was released from the captivity of his fucking whatever, and he was a mean son of a bitch, and like he just goes on a killing spree, and that's the campaign is you have to fucking stop this all-powerful unleashed fucking djinn that can do whatever, but he's restricted to wish magic, so he can't conjure the magic without it being asked for.
Leprechaun in the Hood was a comedy. The first Leprechaun was technically a horror film. Who was it? Fucking the chick from Friends was in it.
Jennifer Aniston. Jennifer Aniston was in it. That was our first movie.
Yeah, so that one was, the first one was good. The second one was still horror. Where they ended up in like a Vegas style setting and all that shit. And then the third one I believe was the first Leprechaun in the Hood, and that shit was just.
I think there's 3, and then there's Leprechaun in the Hood. I think 4 is Leprechaun in the Hood. And then there's Leprechaun Back in the Hood. Back to the Hood, And then there's Leprechaun versus Evil Bong, because those series just fucking won't stop. One of my personal favorites that's just fucking cheesy and along those lines is Ginger Dead Man.
I was about to say that. Thank you.
Because Gary Busey as a fucking gingerbread cookie. Why not?
I mean, it's fucking Gary Busey. He's a living horror film character as it is.
Right.
There's a scene from fucking Family Guy where he's looking in the mirror. He's like, "How you doing today, Gary Busey?" And it's a fucking clown with snakes on its head and shit. Because dude was in like a fucking motorcycle wreck and fucked himself up.
Yeah. But hell yeah. Let's see. Mid-South wants to know, 2-part question. What the fuck? Two parts? When was the moment you knew that music was absolutely what you wanted to do? And if it wasn't music, what else would you want to do?
The moment I knew was probably when I was fucking 6 years old, singing on a swing, just singing to myself, and it made me fucking feel alive. As weird as that sounds. But then I never got into like choir or anything like that to learn how to sing. Since I can't sing, I went with rap. And then what my original plan when I was a young man was to go to medical school. But I fucked around and didn't pull out. So that didn't happen.
Can relate. But
I couldn't pull out of a parking spot.
Can relate. No. Yeah, no, I wanted to be a lawyer back in the fucking day.
I wanted to be a psychiatrist because I have a crazy fucking family, and I was like, y'all need therapy, so one of us has to do it.
One of us has to do it. Zitro says, choir boy for 6 years right here. Hell yeah, man.
Yeah, well, like choir as in like, Catholic priest choir or like, school choir?
Yeah, good question.
That's my question.
Good question.
Because if it's Catholic, I can, I'm sorry. Show me on the doll where the priest touched you.
I'm just gonna put the whole doll in my asshole.
Jesus Christ,
bro, you thought you're the only one that says fucked up shit. But let's see. I don't know why anyone watches this show. What's the? Oh, I love this question because we've talked about how you have, you go there, like you go there when it comes to fucking lyrics. The computer knows because it says, "What's the most disturbing or unsettling lyric you've ever written, and what inspired it?"
Fuck, man. There's a lot of them. I mean, pressing the envelope is what inspires it. Just because I like to see how far I can write shit before someone goes, "Homie, what is wrong with you? You need to calm the fuck down."
Right.
And so far, I've had people go, "That's disturbing," but I liked it. I'm like, fuck. So, off the top of my head, I can't think of my most fucked up lyric.
I know you've sent me a couple. You're like, "Oh, I forgot about this one," and you send me a fucking song with some crazy shit in it. I'm like, hell yeah. Now, I've been known to say a fuck shit or two, because my mouth works a lot faster than my brain does sometimes. Like, my brain will come up with the idea, my mouth will say it, and then my brain will be like, "No, don't say it."
No, I know what I'm like. I just go, I'm like, "Yep, this is going to get me in trouble." And then I speak, and then it gets me in trouble. And I go, "Yeah, well, I accepted those consequences when I started speaking."
Yeah, I saw that coming. Fuck yeah. But if you guys just fucking listen to the music, you'll find some. If you could have, we did that one. Dumb question. Sorry, the robot's fucking stupid sometimes. If you could perform a live concert in a haunted location, would you, and where?
Yeah, I would. I forget the name of the hospital, but the tuberculosis hospital in, I believe it's in Louisville.
Hell yeah. It's spoopy. I live in Pennsylvania, and we have a few hot spots because, fucking Gettysburg and all that. But we have, what's it called? The one that Silent Hill was, we have Centralia.
Gotcha.
Which is like a fucking rundown stretch of highway that's all, like, underneath is like an underground mine fire that still burns to the day.
Oh, yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, and I've talked to a few artists about coming down and like recording some shit in Centralia.
There's something like that out in Russia where they had a natural gas fire and they detonated a bomb to try and get rid of the gas, and it just made it worse. It's still burning, and it's like they call it the gates to hell. It's just a giant fucking open pit, and it's just burning.
Yeah.
But my most fucked up lyric, I don't know my most fucked up one, but Jay Bazaar brought up a good one from one of his songs.
All right.
So it was, it goes, "Am I crazy? Can't say no, but I might say maybe. Might kill the baby when I stomp on the guts of a pregnant lady."
Oh yeah, I think that was the one we played on the fucking Jay Bazaar spotlight, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think it was called Craziness.
You sent me another question, Mid-South. Let me see. What would you rather? Oh, you were just talking about this before we started, that you love would you rather questions.
Yep, sure do.
Would you rather have your body slowly pulled apart by horses, pulling your legs apart, or have your body crushed slowly by a steamroller? I can't read.
I'd go with the steamroller because you're going to go into shock. So you'll feel it to about your knees, and then you're just going to not feel anything because you're going to go in a state of shock. Whereas the horses was a form of torture because they felt it, because it, they tie you up each arm, each leg, and set the horses off at once. So it ripped all four limbs apart at once. So you got to feel all that instantly.
Yeah, anything's better than the pair of anguish. Let's see. Blah blah blah. Have you ever incorporated any elements of horror literature or folklore into your lyrics?
I mean, angels, demons.
Yeah.
To me, that shit's folklore.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It all comes
yeah.
from somewhere, you know.
But yeah, it's a lot of shit I write about is just I liked horror films. So, you know, I don't pretend like it's part of the reason I don't do a gimmick. I'm not a fucking pretend to be a serial killer or demon, and nothing against people who have dope fucking gimmicks. So there's some that are out there. You know what I mean? Like ICP, it was great. You know, Psycho Clowns, because back in the day, people were leery of traveling carnivals and traveling circuses. You know, people were known to disappear and get kidnapped because it was a way of life for the undesirables of society. You know, those things are cool if you come up with a good one, but I just couldn't come up with one that didn't seem played out. Like, you know, people go off of local fucking folklore and come up with shit with it. You know, like, and I might pronounce this wrong, but like Nine Rouge, the Detroit Demon, Zitros thing. That's fucking local folklore. That to me is dope because he took something he knew and, you know, did an album with it and kind of incorporated that as his thing. That's fucking smart. You know, I live in fucking Cincinnati, man. Well, I'm from Cincinnati. What am I do? Fucking get her? Dressed up as a piece of sausage? Fuck out of here.
Interesting. Why? Well, these questions suck now. They were good in the beginning, and now they're just scraping the barrel. Have you ever had any? What's your most interesting like interaction with a fan?
Fucking, I got off stage, and I had a couple guys who had never seen me perform, and one dude was literally in like almost business attire. Like, dude had just gotten off work and shit, and was a big fan. I forget who it was, but normal, like most normal fucking dude I'd ever met in my life. Like, seemed like he was fucking stock advisor or some crazy shit. And you know, dude walked up to me, was chatting me up, and started buying me drinks. And I'm like, I don't typically drink too much at shows. And I had another guy come up, and we all three were talking, and these motherfuckers started feeding me shots. And next thing I know, the world was spinning. And I'm a big dude. I can handle my liquor. So, you know, but when you get fed about 6 double shots of fucking whiskey in less than 15 minutes, the world starts almost fading to black. But yeah, that was probably my most interesting one, just because I've had people like offer to buy me drinks and shit, but these dudes literally walked up, shots in hand, and said, "You don't have a choice in the matter."
Have you ever had any like really negative experience with like, I guess, somebody that really like had an issue with what you were putting out there?
No, actually. Crazy thing is, like, Jay Bazaar and I did a show at like a country rap show. We did a Dark Embrace set for a gentleman named Rich Regal. He had a show, and you know, I did not expect our shit to go over with a country rap crowd, but we were signing fucking autographs. I was blown the fuck away. Like, we just did a horrorcore set at a country rap show, and they loved it. I was like, huh, cool.
All right, I think we got one more from the AI, and then we're gonna put this robot to bed. What's your most chilling or bone-chilling experience you've had while performing live, or just performing? Really, did it influence your music in any way?
Like a frightening experience?
I guess it's just as bone chilling. Have you ever had like a distinct moment while performing something that like you never would have expected?
Yeah, LSD on stage, my guy. Strobe lights and shit out. Like, we were out in the middle of fucking nowhere in the country, and you could see all the stars and shit. They had strobe lights set up. Fucking Jay and I did like half a strip each or some shit before we went on, and it was just beautiful. Like, I was like, holy shit. And then him and I were sitting after our set, you know, watching the stars, and a fucking meteor shower that night. Because the stars looked like they were dancing, and apparently they're, you know, I was like, oh fuck, I am tripping. But then I look over at him and he's seeing the same shit. I'm like, okay, I'm not tripping because we can't be seeing the same fucking thing.
That's awesome, man. Fuck. Man, that was dope. That was better than I thought it was gonna be. AI, you did not disappoint. But also fuck you, robots. It's been dope. I mean, we're almost at 2 hours already, my guy. And I barely played any fucking music, so I'm gonna play another song. Hell yeah.
I'm a
Next
talker, dude. I'll talk your fucking head off.
No, that's good, man. Sometimes I get interviews with people and they give me fuck all, and I no offense to anyone I've had on, but sometimes I gotta put more in the interview, and I suck really bad.
I think you've done a great job, man. You had questions lined up. We're talking about random shit.
We're making improvements.
I mean, you have to have a little bit of structure, but spontaneity is great. Just off the top of the head, random shit. Yeah, you've asked questions, let people ask questions. We've gone 100 different routes about bullshit. So, I mean, I've had fun.
Okay. Miss South wants to know, pinup girls or goth chicks?
Pinup girls or goth chicks? I mean, both.
Right? Why you gotta choose?
I mean, I've met some goth chicks that look like fucking pinup girls, my guy. So
I feel like those two kind of intersect more than others, because the goth girls are the ones that like to do like the pinup makeup and shit like that.
And I'm one of those dudes that somehow batted above my number. Like, I'm a fucking 4 on a good day, and my wife is gorgeous.
Hell yeah, that was a good way to follow up that other question. No, I fucking same. My girl is amazing, and we're fucking lucky. We're lucky, ugly, fucking fat dudes.
Hey, ladies, get you a fat man.
All right.
Keep you warm during the winter.
And they know what food tastes good. That's the big thing. Speaking of fat fucks, this next person's not fat at all. I'm talking about my boy Scum with Colder Than Ice. This is an old one.
If you don't have my money for me, I'll crack your fucking head wide open in front of everybody in the bank. And just about the time that I'm coming out of jail, hopefully, you'll be coming out of your coma. And guess what? I'll split your fucking head open again. Because I'm fucking stupid. I don't give a fuck about jail. That's my business. That's what I do.
Colder than ice, I roll like dice with loaded pistol on my lap. My fuse is sharp like Jumbo Dick, and so I'm quick to fucking snap. I'm quick to pop you in your mouth, though I don't even like to fight. So when you go to hit me back, me shooting you will feel alright. Angry as a motherfucker kicking in your door. I'm slapping a bitch in the fucking mouth and telling her kids to hit the floor. The more they cry, the more I know they have to die before I go. So does they mom, but not before I make them watch me rape that hoe. Oh no, your wife is dead, your kids are dead. You caught a bullet to your head, all that because you owed me bread. So find that sad, but that's too bad, cause I don't really feel no guilt. I'm fucking cold just like the corpses of the people that I killed. Fucked up in the head, don't comprehend what's right and wrong. For me to hit a little kid's as easy as to hit a bone. To get a pen from a store attendant and then to step him in the eye. Something I will find amusing, cause I laugh when others cry. Walking up from the back, clickety clickety clack. Boom and then the zoom and everything is turning black. Most will age and die, but you won't grow old. Murdered in your prime because my heart is fucking cold. Walking up from the back, clickety clickety clack. Boom and then the zoom and everything is turning black. Most will age and die, but you won't grow old. Murdered in your prime because my heart is fucking cold. I'm like the motherfucking same, but also ain't the spawn to hell. I'm just the one that holds the gun that shot you, then spit out a shellless barrel, smoke some body chunks in its attempt to get some air. Light a cigarette and watch you turn it blue, cause I don't care. When you owe me cash, you'd admit walking till you pay. Don't wanna be late to give a fuck about the cause of your delay. I never play, so when I say your time is up, that's how it is. You're begging and crying, and go help pick up the phone and call up Fliz. Tell them what it is, and so I pick him up and go up to your house to get your spouse. Then we proceed to mail that hoe. Cut it in little pieces, everyone postmarked and wrapped up and printed notes that all I'll be saying pay your debt. Cause you got so many loved ones and they could be next. So if you don't pay, they'll be the ones that's getting taxed. Better just kill yourself, don't make me tell you twice. Lyrical stuff, don't fuck around, we're calling it fucking nice. Walking from the back, clickety clickety clack. Boom and then the zoom and everything is turning black. Most will age and die, but you won't grow old. Murdered in your prime because my heart is fucking cold. Walking up from the back, clickety clickety clack. Boom and then the zoom and everything is turning black. Most will age and die, but you won't grow old. Murdered in your prime because my heart is fucking cold. Fuck you, baby, colder than fucking ice. 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 Walking from the back, clickety clickety clack. Boom and then the zoom and everything is turning black. Most will age and die, but you won't grow old. Murdered in your prime because my heart is fucking cold. Walking up from the back, clickety clickety clack. Boom and then the zoom and everything is turning black. Most will age and die, but you won't grow old. Murdered in your prime because my heart is fucking cold.
Hell yeah, that was Scum, the Gore Father himself, with Colder Than Ice.
You know what's crazy is that man's voice when he raps. That is his fucking like same cadence as his speaking voice.
Oh, I know.
It sounds like he ate gravel.
He messaged me. He like gave me a voice message when I asked him if I could play his music, and I'm like, man, this is rough. Just his voice is that way like all the time. You know, I had another guy on, Gunsmoke, who I played a little bit earlier, out of Baltimore, and his voice, same thing. He has like that deep, gravelly voice, and like that's not gimmick. That's like they were blessed with that voice in this scene, you know.
Yeah, my speaking voice and my rapping voice are nowhere near the same.
I think they're similar. I don't think they're like too. I mean, they're a little different, but
I've never met anyone in my personal life that's like listen to me rap and go, "Wow, that sounds just like you." Like, motherfucker, quit playing.
It doesn't sound just like you, but you can if you hear you talk and you hear you rap, like you can divine that it's you at some point.
Well, you got to remember when people in my personal life ask to listen shit, I don't let them listen to the normal hip hop songs where I'm closer to my. It's the crazier shit where I sound off and they're like, "Really? That's you?" Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I don't let anyone like in my public life, like they're not into the scene. My girlfriend is not into Juggalo stuff at all.
My wife is.
She puts up with it. She puts up with my my Juggalo stuff. Because when I met her, I wasn't like huge embedded in the scene. I just kind of listened to the clowns and went to shows every once in a blue moon. But I started watching some guys on YouTube and meeting people, and now I'm here.
Shit, my wife has a Hatchet Girl tattooed on her back.
Hell yeah. Everybody's like, doesn't it suck that your girl's not like into the stuff? I'm like, I mean, sometimes like explaining that I want to go to the gathering when she fucking works, and that's hard sometimes, but I just don't fucking go to the gathering. Problem solved. I guess I don't matter.
So to answer your earlier question, the darkest thing I think I've ever written, it's not like overly brutal, but to me it's very dark. It goes, "You're human cancer, pure pollution, but still I offer absolution. All you have to do is tie a noose, tighten up the knot, and kick the chair loose."
Hell yeah.
That's telling you you're trash and to kill yourself in a very.
I know that song.
You know what I mean? Like that's. And the thing is, though, the song isn't even pro-suicide. It was just.
No, it clearly wasn't. And the music video also kind of. Man, that music video was great. Now, was it just like you got the homies together for like filming it, like the people in the video, or is that just people that
So
you?
the teenage kid in the video is actually Nasty's son.
Okay.
The guy who played the father is actually a guy who's a fan of my music, Nasty's music. You know, he had stopped in where, hey, you want to be a part of this? And he's been a part of a couple videos we've done now. And then the lady in the video was my wife.
I thought that because I saw one of your older videos as well, and she was in that one. I'm
So-
like, I bet that's his wife.
Well, and the crazy part is, man, the basis for that video was actually my wife's idea. Because we were just listening to it and like going through the album when it was still in production phase. Like we were going through and mixing and working on it. And, you know, while it sounds good, I'm never happy with a final mix on anything I do. I always think it could be better. But I don't know how to mix. I never learned how to. So I have an engineer who does it.
Yeah.
And, you know, it sounds great, but I'm just so fucking hard on myself that it's just like, it could be better.
I feel you. I feel that. Every time I end one of these shows, my homies are like, how did you feel? I'm like, could have been better.
But, you know, we were sitting there listening to it, and I'm like, I do a music video of this, and she spouted out, she's like, you know, what if it focused on, you know, kid killing themselves and the reasons why? And I'm like, oh, fuck, that's great. And that's what it became.
Yeah. The ending to that was great too, where she comes out and fucking blasts the dude on the couch.
But and then I think I'm gonna end up doing one more off that album, and then start working on my next project. Looking for a new producer right now. My last couple albums have all been produced by Bankard Beats, great producer. I just trying to change my sound up a little bit.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And
there's a lot of cool producers too, especially out in that Ohio area.
So, but I think Somnus is going to be the next one I do. That was kind of what I was tossing around.
That'll be cool. That will be really cool.
And was planning on shooting it in July, and then I went down with an injury at work, and they just now started paying me, so a little behind on bills and shit, so I had to push that back.
Right.
So, but
do you have any, like, you know, tours or anything on the horizon, or are you just kind of focusing on you right now?
Right now, the only big thing I have coming up, so in October, I believe October 20th and 21st, is Nasty Bash. It's like 7 or 8. I can't remember what fucking number he's on now. And, you know, I'm on Rehab Music, which is Nasty Inc.'s label. And, you know, like last year we had fucking V Sinister, Straight Jacket, Light ended up there. Zetro was there. Michigan Misfits were there. Keegan Grimm, just a lot of talented fucking dudes.
Hell yeah.
In the scene. So, you know, and next one, he's planning on it being bigger. So I'm sure over the next couple months, I'll be getting more details and figuring out what crazy shit this man has planned for the next one.
Hell yeah. Man, I love some of those names, especially you said. Some of them actually are going to be on the show in the future. Speaking of which, I announced, you know, I booked straight to August. I was fucking grinding this week. I booked straight to August. So I announced some of those people. We have Benny Buttons next week, followed by Bleezy Poe. And finishing off the month is Zombie Cult is coming back right before their gathering, their first gathering debut. Zombie Cult will be in house. And then in July, you know, tentatively, because I'm not going to say people aren't going to drop out, but we got Grim Smiles, week 1. The homies at All Wrongs Reserved are going to come through. Lost Boy X and Project Born will be in house. And then so far in August, I have the Michigan Misfits are going to come through. So lots of great shit coming your way. Make sure you hit that subscribe button so you don't miss anything. That was my
Speaking
quick
of
little promo.
the Michigan Misfits, fucking at Carl's Tavern last year. I mean, and those are some big boys. These motherfuckers were on a bar top, and I was just watching the bartenders behind it hold the fucking bar top up to keep it from collapsing because they are just killing shit walking down the bar. I was like, holy fuck. I'm not a brave fat man. I'm not walking on some shit that's gonna give out on me.
Right. No, I feel you. There's a lot of like, so of like the inner circle of like what I know of you guys, like Jay Bazaar and you and them. There's a lot of you big guys. Like Murder Click are a bunch of big guys.
One of them is a big guy.
Well, one of them. Yeah. And then I think it's, I could be wrong, but I think the Blasey boys are big guys, aren't they? Blazy boys. I don't know why I always want to call them Blasey. The Blazy, I think they're big dudes.
Don't know.
I could be wrong, but I feel like there's a couple of us like bigger dudes in the scene, which is dope. Hell yeah. Grim Smile is a big dude. Let's just play a game called Is This Artist Fucking Fat or Not? I'm gonna set it up. That's gonna be a fucking segment next week on the Bartlehouse. So stay tuned. Stay tuned to Fat or Not. I'm just gonna come with a list of artists, and you're gonna tell me if you think they're fat or not. It's gonna be
Monoxide
fun.
used to be fat.
Right. Violent J used to be fat. Bring back Fat J. He's healthy J now. Like he was Fat J, and then he was scary skinny J. Now he's healthy J. He's Dad Bod J, and I'm all for Dad Bod J.
I mean, he was Fat J and then Fit J for a while. Like, he looked real healthy. He got fat again, and then there was a couple pictures floating around where he looked like he looked rough. And then now he's actually looking a lot healthier. I mean, I'm guessing his health has to have improved because they were done touring because of his health, but then boom.
And I love how people shit on like the way he looks. I'm like, dude, he's 55. Like you forget that he's an older dude. I think he's 55. He's in his 50s. You forget he's an older dude.
It wasn't because there was a couple pictures floating around where it wasn't a matter of, oh, he looks old. It was you could tell that something wasn't right. There's a difference between you look old and you look rough.
No, I agree that. I would agree with that too. But also, I think, a lot of that gets played up. But, one person says something and then people run with the shit. Yeah, he was struggling. But I fucking love him. I love everybody feels like, let's talk shit about Jay. Let's talk shit about, like, when did that become the cool thing?
It's flavor of the week. 1 minute they're talking shit about Twisted, then they're talking shit about Jay, and then
right, yeah, it used to be all just fuck Twisted. Now it's all fuck Jay. I'm like, are you guys even fans anymore? Like, it feels like being a Juggalo now is shitting on everything.
Well, the other thing is, when you get older, you start to realize that people that you considered heroes, etc., aren't fucking heroes. They're normal people with normal people problems. I mean, like, is anyone surprised that a dude that's been making music for fucking 30 years and been on the road most of his life got into drugs? I'm not. They all fucking do.
Yeah.
They get clean, they relapse, they get clean. I mean, fuck, Ozzy Osbourne is half brain dead because of the amount of drugs that man has done.
Right. So, like, I think it's dumb. The point of my story is I'm still waiting for Jay to adopt me.
I don't think you're quite young enough to have been his kid.
We can lie. I'll shave. They'll never know. But I forget where I was going. I had a point to all this. No, I didn't. I didn't really. But I forget where I was going with any of this. Jay Bazaar said the Blazy Boys are such cool guys. I agree. They're some dope boys. Let's play a song. Let's see. Next up, we have a brand new song as of like 8 hours ago. the new assignee to Chapter 17, Darby O'Trill, with Spinal Fluid Smoothie.
What a name.
I know, right?
Chapter 17.
I done fell off of the wagon, bitch, I'm back up my fuck shit. I pop so many skits that it make my fucking blood itch. Hoes in my DMs telling me they wanna suck dick. I double tap the message, tell her, what the fuck is up there? I ain't flexing nothing like too dope, I keep it scrubbing. Juggalo-lugging since a youngin', man, I'm spun out and I'm dusty. Pull up to your function just to take your shit and dip. Keep the shit inside my pocket, cause I got the pistol grip. We off the Percocet and liquor, purple pack inside the swisher. I will get your bitch ass set up by your sister. Pipe her down, then I ditch her. I sit rockin' right elixirs. Fiend out the swamp so you know mud is in the mixture. Depressing, drug dependent, I think I was made defective. A junkie with a death wish, Lord knows what my beef been pressed with. I'm up all night tripping, thinking about my bad decisions. They say addiction's a sickness, I say stone is better living. I'm a piece of shit, I'm a piece of shit. Fucked up. LSD and lit on my Jesus shit. Demon sense legit, beaming on a bitch. Only way to live, I'ma die like this. I'm a piece of shit, I'm a piece of shit. Fucked up. LSD and lit on my Jesus shit. Demon sense legit, beaming on a bitch. Only way to live, I'ma die like this. I'm a demon out the double wide, tweaking off a bumper wide. Just cause you're my homie does not mean I will not fuck your wife. I'm dead inside until I smoke a junk, then I come back to life. You claim to be the guy, but I know that's a massive lie. You don't wanna know what I got hidden in my jiggles. Act up and we get to waving wands like the great Malenko. I got thick Hispanic chicks down to twerk up on this gringo. Then I'm in the Abuela's pocketbook when she gets home from bingo. I know I'm a piece of shit cause Frankie Goldie told me, but he also said that one day I'll be looked at like the OGs. If Dev and I are cooking, then you know we smoking Ozies. Everyone that's in our clique a killer, ain't no little homies. Why you acting like a dick? We all know that using that and juggalos ain't on no function. We will really kick your head and you know what we reppin'. Put the one next to the 7, raised up by the 6, so I'm prepared for Armageddon. I'm a piece of shit, I'm a piece of shit. Fucked up. LSD and lit on my Jesus shit. Demon sense legit, beaming on a bitch. Only way to live, I'ma die like this. I'm a piece of shit, I'm a piece of shit. Fucked up. LSD and lit on my Jesus shit. Demon sense legit, beaming on a bitch. Only way to live, I'ma die like this.
That was Darby O'Trill with Spinal Fluid Smoothie. Hell yeah. But going back to, we were talking about Scum, and, he's one of the godfathers of, the horrorcore. Like, he's not, but, like, he's one of the big names. You know what I mean? He's on that Mount Rushmore of horrorcore. Who would you say are some other guys that, like, earned a spot at the top of the horrorcore scene?
Isham, for sure. There's a lot that, like, are we going like super old school horrorcore, like dudes who
you think is at the top? Like, who would
Ghetto
you think?
Boys would have to be up there. Brother Lynch Hung would have to be one, because I remember being young and fucking Season of the Sickness, song Return of the Baby Killer. And it started out, I put that 9 up in that pussy hole, cock it back slow, and it's like, what the fuck? It's just a lot of those old school dudes are definitely on the Mount Rushmore. I mean, that's where the guys that we were fans of got their ideas from. If you didn't have Isham, you wouldn't have ICP, Twisted, all those guys. They all look at Isham, Ghetto Boys, Gravediggers is another old school horrorcore act. I'm forgetting like the group that created the term. Can't remember their fucking name off the top of my head, and it'll come to me later. But
it's funny because the term horrorcore was coined by Russell Simmons, believe it or not.
Really?
Actually, a mainstream idea. They tried back in the 90s to promote this real dark style of rap, and even had a music video on MTV, and it didn't take off in the mainstream like normal rap did. You know, and normal rap ended up getting away from like gangster rap and shit like that. So, fucking A, what is that group's name? I know it because
I'm sure if Mid South's in the comments, he'll probably fucking drop it because he's my Juggalo historian. He knows all. Well, he's my music historian, I should say. It's hard because there's Juggalo, and then there's horrorcore, and then there's underground, and like there's a Venn diagram. Like they definitely fucking overlap, but not everywhere. You know,
Juggalo and horrorcore overlap completely. It's just a different term for the same shit. The underground in general, though, that's where we start hitting the Venn diagram where it's slightly different.
Right.
There's really not much like if your fan base is Juggalos, you have to have darker music. You know, not that we don't listen to everything, but if that is your goal is to appeal to this subculture, shit's got to be kind of fucked up.
I don't know, because there are some artists out there that they go the opposite direction. And they're not, I wouldn't say they're horrorcore.
Those artists though cater to other.
I mean, they do fit into other categories, right? Like MC Snacks is a nerdcore rapper, but he is Juggalo. Like he talks about Juggalo stuff, but he is the most furthest thing I would say from like horrorcore in a lot of his fucking lyrics because he is so like just beaming positivity.
I mean, there's the rare act, but if he's making music and he's nerdcore, he's doing more than catering to a specific audience.
Right.
So you can be a Juggalo and make music, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to cater to that. You know, I mean, I know a lot of guys who are Juggalos, and they make hip hop. They don't mess with the horrorcore scene. They will show our scene love, but that's not their goal. Is to appeal to the crowd. I mean, even personally, while you know I love the scene, I don't make music to sell to Juggalos. I make music that I would want to go and sit and listen to.
Right. And I think that's the way to do it now. Like there are some still strictly Juggalo, you know, artists, but I feel like a lot of people are branching out now and doing more of, you know, just the underground, just more of, you know, horrorcore and not as strictly catering to Juggalos.
See, but in the comment section, perfect. I'm not a Juggalo rapper. I'm a rapper that's a Juggalo. Exactly. Yeah. But for a long time, a lot of the horrorcore scene was dudes who were Juggalo rappers, and that's part of why our shit got like the horrorcore scene got clowned on is because it was dudes who were trying to rip off ICP.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then now anymore, it's guys that are just doing their own thing and they make music however they want. You know, the horrorcore scene exists, but it's non-existent in a sense because artists are catering to everything. They just make.
Right. You know, everybody, I mean, the divide sucked. Everybody shits on the divide. But the one positive thing that did come out of the divide is it became less just one thing and it spread. And now there are all kinds of different, you know, artists in our scene. And I think that is a silver lining to the shittiness of the divide.
I mean, honestly, grown folk did grown folk shit, and for some reason we care.
Right. I mean, same, but like I said, it did spawn like all these other side acts and all these other people clicking up and different sounds and you know, I feel like we're on the downslope now where people are just like, fuck it, we're gonna do our music and we're gonna work with who we want to work with. And
so the fun part about being a part of the scene and being a musician is those guys that it's like, oh, you know, these people just popped up. No, they always existed.
Right.
It's just people just started taking notice because their labels were beefing. Their favorite acts weren't friends anymore.
Right.
So then they looked other places. But a lot of those guys, you can sit and talk to them. How long have you been making music? I've been at this for fucking 15 years. Jesus Christ. And you're just now getting, because people stopped worrying about were you signed a psychopath. That used to be a thing. You get a lot of guys that jump on, would try to jump on just for that little fucking Juggalo boost.
Right. And some of them were well deserving and got that boost. Light, for instance, he wasn't there long. But Light, in all honesty, deserves his spot at the table. I think he's a very talented individual, and I don't even know where I was going with this, but he wasn't there long. Hoodoo wasn't there long.
Hoodoo was there for years.
I mean, he long comparatively. When I say long, I mean compared to Twisted.
Yeah. You also got to remember is that he wasn't always a part of Psychopathic, but before he became Big Hoodoo, he worked with them. He knew them very well. So that dude was always around that camp.
Right.
Wasn't always Big Hoodoo. I think it was Doe Double was his name before he changed over to Big Hoodoo.
Yeah. But I mean, just the newer guys, they're not hanging around as long. But that's also because that's what ICP wants. That's what they want. It's a different scene.
Well, there's just a lot of political bullshit behind it.
I know. I'm not trying not to touch that stuff because I don't care about the political side of things. I just want to see people succeed, And if it sucks,
when you're a musician in this scene, is a lot of people, and you hear all the stories. You got to keep your mouth shut because you know why a lot of things have occurred because you'll talk to some of these guys,
right?
And even if it's 15 minutes. You could be sitting there talking, and it'll fucking come up because someone around you will ask them about it while everyone's sitting there bullshitting.
Yeah.
And then you'll hear all of it, and you're like, fuck.
I've heard so many conflicting stories that are similar about a whole bunch of fucking things. And you know what? At the end of the day, I don't care. I'm gonna feign ignorance and just enjoy the music. And if I run into an artist and I have bad experience with that artist, then fuck that artist. But I'm going to give everybody a shot. And that's kind of what the show's about, is giving artists a fucking shot at being in front of people. And if you're on some fuck shit, if you guys notice, there's a couple artists I don't play anymore. But at the end of the day, everybody deserves a chance. And fuck the rumors. I know it's different for you. You're an artist. I'm going to keep feigning ignorance here. And when people tell me, oh, this person's on some fuck shit, I'm going to be like, paperwork, or I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, and I have learned a lot of bullshit over the years dealing with behind the scenes shit.
Right.
Going to shows, meeting people, et cetera, and it is what it fucking is. None of it is my business. It's not my business to ever tell. It's no one's business to tell. If that person wants to come out and talk about their experience, that's their fucking story to tell.
Right.
The rest of it doesn't matter. If you put out a dope album, can I fucking put that bitch on repeat? Then we're good. If I met you, or if I worked with you, were you professional, friendly? Then we're good. If not, then I'll never support your shit, never stream a song, never buy an album. I'll go on my day.
Exactly.
Easy enough.
Exactly. Boof the hate, guys. Boof the hate. Boof the hate shirt's coming soon. My brain just reset. I'm not a robot. What the fuck you talking about?
You could be. How do you know?
We're all in a simulation. Let's be real.
This simulation sucks. I need the cheat codes, please.
Right. Nobody's handing them out. As nobody made that cheat code. Remember when you had to go out and buy books?
Yep.
With the cheat codes, you couldn't go on the internet and find them. You had to go to wherever they had them, magazines and books.
Do you remember when cheat codes were a thing?
Because I remember when Game Sharks were a thing.
I missed that era because it's now well, in single player games, like, well, you need to bug out the glitches that let people duplicate items. Why do you fucking care what I am doing in my own game? Like, I don't give a fuck if if you're playing Final Fantasy VII and you want to fucking run around on a chocobo all day and never complete the game, more fucking power to you. I don't care if you have figured out how to duplicate anything. Do what you do. I get in, like, competitive games, you got to cut out cheats and shit.
Right.
But, like, God of War Ragnarok, I should have an option to go in and press a code that unlocks everything and lets me go and just kill shit for the fun of it, just to be overpowered.
I feel like they've shifted the idea from cheat codes to Easter eggs. And it's like, great, but I want cheat codes. Like, Grand Theft Auto would not be the game it is today if you couldn't cheat in it. Like, who didn't cheat playing Grand Theft Auto?
That's one thing. So, have you ever played any of the Saints Row games?
Yeah, I've played Saints Row.
So that's one thing I loved about Saints Row was that you didn't even need cheat codes. They made the game so fucking over the top, like the third and fourth one. They were so over the top that you didn't even care that there wasn't a unlockable money and shit. You're like, I can go and do whatever fucking crazy shit I want, and it's fun. Like, I miss games that are fun for the sake of being fun.
Right.
Now it's like they have to cater to streamer. Who gives a fuck what some dickhead on the internet is streaming? If that's your thing, cool. More power to you. I love them. Like, I have plenty of friends that go and stream their games, and they go and play, and they have fun. But, when we start dictating games based upon did the streamer like it, they're one fucking person.
Right.
Release your game. If it sells well, it means it was fun. Make it fun.
Honestly, there hasn't been many games that have come out in the past, I would say, 5-10 years that I'm like, I really enjoyed that game. It feels like, similarly to how you were saying about the horrorcore scene, there's just so much out there, and there's so much overlap that, like, it's hard to find the ones that stand out.
I mean, I've played plenty of good games in the last 10 years.
I'm a picky ass person though too.
God of War 2018, God of War Ragnarok, those two were amazing.
I've never played the God of War games. That's probably why I'm complaining right now.
The PS4 Spider-Man game, because there's been like 500 Spider-Man games.
Yeah.
But the newest one was a great game.
I think part of my problem was always I was at least one system behind everyone else too, because I grew up fucking dirt ass poor. So when everybody's playing their PlayStation 3s, I was rocking my PlayStation 1.
Son, you were 2 generations behind. The fuck
with the PlayStation, I was. The Xbox, I was one behind.
But I mean, even now, they're still making everything for both versions of the console. They're still supporting the last gen consoles.
I feel like, though, I just can't. I don't have the next gen either. I have this fucking expensive ass laptop now, though. But I feel like I just can't get into a lot of things. And then, like, my kids got the Switch, and I'm like, oh, there's a couple of good games on the Switch, but like, I don't want to play. This is my issue with like the Wii and stuff. Is I love Mario. I don't want to play every single game as Mario. And I feel like Nintendo's just like, we're going all in on putting Mario and everything.
Well, that's why you avoid Nintendo unless you're in the mood for Mario or Link.
Right.
I mean, it's either a Zelda game or fucking a Mario game.
But I'm picky. There's not a lot of games out there that I really can sit down and play. I mean, I'm also like, I'll play the new Madden when it comes out. I'll play that for a couple weeks, and then I'll be like, okay, I'm tired of playing Madden now.
I mean, what games are what style of game is your go-to?
So I think I'm just spoiled because like it's like Fallout, Skyrim, open world shit, and like it's been done well, but then there's like nothing I can find that lives up to it anymore.
Ooh, Skyrim was like not even that great of an Elder Scrolls game.
It wasn't, because Oblivion was probably my favorite.
Morrowind and Oblivion were great. I never got to play what was it, Daggerfall, and the other one. I forget the first two.
Yeah, the first two were rough.
But
and then I tried online, and I did not like Elder Scrolls Online.
But you know, I mean, there's a lot of. It's got to figure out, hey, what are you in the mood to play?
Right.
You know, like if you want to play an action RPG, Devil May Cry, great game. You know what I mean?
And that's the thing is like I think it's an attention thing. I don't hold attention very well. I can't like when I was a kid, I could sit and watch a movie the whole way through and be fine. I don't have it's probably just it comes down to me probably being bipolar and I'm manic a lot and shit. But I can't sit and watch a movie anymore because I always got to be doing 4 or 5 things at once. And like I think it's the same thing
more
with
like ADD, my guy.
well, being manic is very similar in the regards of my mind is going way too fucking fast. But yeah, no, it's the same thing with video games. A lot of times I need a game that there's a lot going on, or I'm just gonna get bored. And like hack and slash, I used to love. I can't do hack and slash anymore. Like Call of Duty's boring to me now.
Did you play Elder Scrolls?
Yeah,
because there's a shit ton of shit to do in that game. Jesus
See,
Christ.
that's what I was like Skyrim, Oblivion. I've played to death a billion times. Fallout, you know,
You did
same
just
thing.
say, Jesus Christ, I just scrolled. You literally just said fucking Skyrim.
You're good. I've played Skyrim so many goddamn times that I'll do stuff like I'll go and I'll try to play it only using illusion magic or something.
I mean, if you like those big open world games where you can kind of jump in and out and there's a lot to do,
right.
Elden Ring is actually really good, and it's nowhere near as difficult as they've tried to make it out to be.
Right. So I've tried like Dark Souls, and I hated Dark Souls with a passion. Like not just because it's expected you die and it's all about dodging and shit. I did not like it aesthetically. I did not like really anything about it.
So I played, what was it? The first one was Demon Souls. I played it, never got through it because I like a narrative to my game. You know what I mean? There was none of that in any of them. I played Bloodborne. Bloodborne was great because there was a narrative there. And then Elden Ring has a story to it. So it's a giant world. There's a story. It actually guides you to where you need to go.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a beautiful world. It has a really badass story, some awesome quest lines and shit, man. Give that one a go.
So I think another problem with it is it revolves around the idea of the boss fight type thing. Like there's a lot of like, oh, this is like a boss. Like it's all about dodging and timing and knowing the.
You can easily overpower in Elden Ring.
I'll give it a try. I will, but I'm going into it with not high expectations.
So like, the trick is you figure out where to go and level up, and then get a little overpowered. It's as hard as you want it to be. Like, I've played games where you got to get your dodging down perfectly, your parry down perfectly. I've played those games, and they become a fucking chore. In Elden Ring, I figured out where to go to get really strong, really quick, and then just went and enjoyed the game for the story.
Yeah.
And it's one of those games where you can put it down and come back because the map's fucking highlighted where you need to go. Like it directs you in a sense. It's not like over the top. There's still a lot of exploration. And it doesn't completely hold your hand, but it tells you, you need to get, like, it'll put on the map, you'll follow these rays of light and you're like, okay, these general areas are where I need to go and kill shit.
Right.
And it has a lot of bosses, but a lot of them you fucking down in 3 hits if you build right and go on with your day. It's great if you if you can never just focus on one thing in a game. If you're the kind of person where you're like doing this quest, oh hey, this quest, fuck it, let's go do this. Like in Oblivion, I would go and clear out all the fucking
Oblivion,
Oblivion gates.
Yeah.
I wouldn't touch the story until near the end. Yeah, I just go and find random shit to do.
I would scroll. I think Oblivion's the one that had the scroll dupe, with the magic scrolls or something.
Oblivion was the one where you could tie a rubber band around your controller and let your character walk and fucking level up.
Oh, you can do that in Skyrim too. Also, you can just pickpocket the guys at High Hrothgar, and they don't do anything. So you just constantly pickpocket them till you get pickpocket 100. Yeah, it's glitchy, but I feel like we've been talking about video games for a hot minute, and let's play a song.
Yeah.
You know what? You know what's great and not video games? Horror movies. And this next song is all about them. This is Killator with Horror Flicks.
It's your boy Killator in the house. Corpse Circus for life. And I just want to have a conversation with you real quick. Remember when you was a kid watching them old slasher flicks? They used to be dousing everything with fake blood everywhere, man. That shit was dope. That's what we gonna talk about. I used to stay up all night and watch horror flicks, not this new bullshit. Them 70s and 80s classics, that's my shit. When I'm watching Dawn of the Dead, steady taking out zombies, watching them splatter their heads back when they had heart. I repeat, they classics. Nowadays they have no souls, just CGI graphics. George A. Romero, yeah, that's my hero. The true definition of gore. Bodies on the floor, they trash, they putting out now ain't horror, that's for sure. They don't quite feel as real as Chainsaw Massacre. Like the end sequence, Leatherface out in the road in broad daylight. But you ain't down if you ain't knowing, fuck a remake. It's just to make some quick cash, they ruin Freddy's face. I repeat, it's trash. How you gonna piss off fans and try to contend with originals? Michael Bay, what you doing should be criminal. Lock him up in the cellar like Ash did Linda. When the evil dead possesses, somebody tell me you remember even Terminator. That was a sci-fi horror flick, but then they put out some sci-fi action shit. I miss the old days, horror with no apologies, and now they over-franchise and watered down anthologies. The mainstream is fucking up the art form with slop, but I guess the same could be said about hip-hop.
That gun's no good.
I was in there once with my uncle.
No way. With a sledge. See, that was better. They died better that way.
How come? I thought the gun was better.
Oh, no. With the new way people put on a job.
You do that?
Look. I was the killer.
That was Horror Flicks by Killator. Fresh as fuck. What is up? But yeah, I don't know your feelings on it, but I personally, I'm not a huge fan of a lot of the new horror. How do you feel about like horror nowadays compared to some of the older stuff?
Shit, man, I can't think of a horror film I've sat and watched that's new that wasn't a part of like a previous series in years.
Yeah.
Though a new one that came out was called Smile. It's actually pretty fucking good.
Oh, I heard about Smile.
Smile is really good. Another one I want to see, but it never popped up on any of the streaming services I have was Pray for the Devil.
Okay, I don't think I've seen that. Seen anything about that.
It's the basis behind it is the Catholic Church is training their first female exorcist.
Oh, okay.
So, a lot demon related and shit. It looked really good. My wife and I were going to go catch it in a theater. They could never find a time for it because this was like a year or so after COVID, so movie times were limited.
Yeah.
And we couldn't really find a time where we could get someone to watch the kids and go watch it. And I've been looking for it to see it pop up, and it's never popped up anywhere. So I'm going to have to,
buckle down and like buy it on my PS5 or some shit to watch it.
Yeah, it's definitely like the themes have definitely shifted, and like a lot of like the horror movies now are all psychological, like a lot of psychological horror. Like that just seems to be the new norm.
With horror films, it always ebbs and flows. I mean, for a while, those shaky found footage films were really big.
Yeah.
So like Paranormal Activity and shit like that were huge. I mean, like they made it for like $500 grand and it made like $200 million or some crazy shit. In the 80s, it was the slasher flicks. The 90s was all over the place.
Yeah, it was.
So, it's
and before that was like creature features, which I love creature features.
I'll say the best thing to do, man, if you're looking for horror films, is like get on Netflix and go look at horror, because they'll have random stuff on there and some of it's really good.
So I find like Vudu, like you can buy movies and stuff on Vudu. They have a free movie section, and almost all the best deep cut like B movies are on, like even like the newer ones. Like you can find like every terror, like Velocipaster. I think we watched Frankenhooker on Vudu. There's like all the B movies are on Vudu, and they're free.
Amazon Prime is another great one. Like they have a lot of great, like if you have Amazon Prime, they have a lot of great B flicks. That's where the Clown Camp Massacre was, which was a fun film.
I think I've seen it on Vudu as well. I have to peep it out.
I mean, they literally have a dude dressed up in clown paint rapping a horrorcore song and shit.
Man, I gotta find it. I gotta find it. I go to horror cons. Have you? Like that's one of the things I like to do. It's like every other year at this point I've gone. But I like picking up like movies at the horror con, because that's when you get like some really B footage fucking horror movies.
See, the thing is, there's a lot of great horror films out there. They're just not marketed, and it's not something you're going to a theater and see.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to go looking for them, and you'll find some cool shit. Some of it's going to be terrible. Some of it's going to be great. One that came out a few years ago is called As Above, So Below.
Mm-hmm.
And great film. You know what I mean? But it wasn't one that hit theaters that I could even remember. I just remember it popping up on a streaming service one day. Wife and I sat down and watched it and enjoyed it. So, the last 10, 15 years, there's been a lot of great horror films. It's just not ones that are at the theater, so they're not marketed heavy. You're not seeing commercials for them.
I mean, I watch a lot of content about horror movies, and they always talk about the same movies. It's like Midsummer. It's Heredity. Like it's always these same movies that they're talking about, and it's like stuff I don't necessarily vibe with. Well, there was the Jordan Peele one.
I think Jordan Peele's overrated as shit.
I mean, I saw the one. I refuse to watch the remake of that one movie. I'm not going to say the name. So anybody who's watched the show or repeatedly has watched the show, they know this is a topic I like to talk about, which is horror movies that like maybe you've been exposed to when you were way too young. Like there's that one something that always gets in your skin. A lot of people have one movie that they don't fuck with. And for me, it's that movie with in the name, in the mirror, and I'm not gonna say it.
The male Bloody Mary?
Yeah.
Or would it be the hood Bloody Mary? Either way.
Tony Todd. We'll just say Tony Todd. But yeah, it's that movie, and so I won't watch the remake because I won't watch the original of that fucking movie. Do you have a movie like that? A movie that you absolutely will not touch, or like you used to like not touch because it just...
Yeah, The Exorcist. So first time watching it was in that fucking creepy ass house I was living in.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And when I tell you that my mother, my brother, and myself all slept on the couch after watching that fucking movie, because it creeped her out from her childhood experience with it.
Right.
And then us, it wasn't that the movie was overly frightening. It's just when you live in a house and you feel like something evil's in there and you watch that shit, you go, yeah. So, as an adult, I can sit down and watch The Exorcist just fine.
Yeah.
As a young kid, Pennywise the clown scared the fuck out of me.
Right.
Because my uncle could mimic the voice perfectly.
Oh no.
And we watched it, and it was creepy. I was like 5, 6 years old. I remember watching it. And it was a nice, scary movie. And I'm taking a shower, and he had his house in his basement. He had a bathroom, and the shower was a lot like a school locker room shower, like how it was set up. And this fucker sat outside and was doing quotes from Pennywise while I was taking a shower. And it fucked my ass up as a kid.
I feel that.
Now, as an adult, I love, like, once a year, my brother and I will go and sit down and run through it. When the new ones came out, my wife, my brother, and I, we all watched them. I love them, but as a little kid, that one fucked me up because of my uncle, though.
Right.
It scared me as a kid because it was a scary movie. It was fucking sick.
Well, that's kind of what happened with me in the movie I don't like, because I remember distinctly I wanted to play NES. This tells you how old I was. I was like, how long ago it was. I really wanted to play my Nintendo, and I think the Super Bowl was on or something. I'm pretty sure it was the Super Bowl. And they were like, no, we're watching football after the game if you're still awake, because they knew I wasn't going to be awake. They're like, after the game, you can play. So I fell asleep during the Super Bowl. I woke up in the middle of the night, and I'm like, well, I'm awake. I'm going to play my Nintendo. Granted, this is also the house that I would see shit and stuff. Right. I go to turn on the TV. The VCR is running. And it is dead center of the movie as the girl is getting killed with bees. And I just remember screaming and waking up my whole fucking family. And I don't know why that movie just always, just to this day, just gets under my skin.
Yeah, see, at this point, I don't have any that as an adult still fuck with me. You know what I mean? Like, as a kid, the It movie fucked me up for a little bit because my uncle was a dickhead. Right. God rest his soul. And then, as a teenager, The Exorcist just fucked with me because we were living in a house where it felt like the house was possessed.
Yeah.
And even as an adult, man, like, I've driven by that house and I see people living in it, and they've made it nice, like they've rebuilt it and shit, and I'm just like, fucking A.
Right.
Did it go away?
I still live near my hometown, and like it's dead center of the town, like on a main street, and we walk past it like all the fucking time.
Man, like, we were moving stuff out of the house as an adult because my parents ended up moving out of it and ended up giving it back, selling it to the bank or giving it back to the bank, whatever the fuck they did. I don't remember. I remember having to move a refrigerator out and a bunch of other shit, and my cousin coming over with a bunch of his friends, and he's sitting there talking about all the creepy shit we've seen in this house over the years. Mm-hmm. He's like, thank God we're doing this during the daylight, because if y'all had called me and it was nighttime, I would have told you to suck my dick. And he literally was telling his friends, he had a couple friends with him, he took them up to the upstairs house, part of the house. And they were there a minute, came down, and these dudes were just white. They're like, why does this house feel like it wants to kill me? I'm like, fucking dude, lived here a couple years and I hate it. I'm glad I'm moving out.
Yeah, I remember I was so happy when we moved. I was ecstatic because I used to so it was a 1-bedroom place, and like it wasn't even really a 1-bedroom. It was like a living room, the middle room was my parents' bedroom, and then a kitchen and a bathroom. And the middle room was the one. So like there was no escaping it in the apartment. Yeah, it sucked. I to this day I'm getting goosebumps now just fucking thinking about it. I to this day do not fuck with paranormal movies. I don't like paranormal shit. The fact that we're even talking about it right now is surprising me because I don't fuck with paranormal stuff because of, being a young kid and like witnessing it firsthand. It's a rare occurrence that I talk about it.
See, I went the opposite direction. I fucking love all concepts of it, but I've also, as an adult, I don't believe in any of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. See, I'm the opposite. Like I said, I witnessed firsthand what I and it's very much like, you know, I think, you know, the song Shimmer. I know you said you haven't listened to a lot of clowns lately. I don't know if you've listened to the song Shimmer, off of Fearless Fred. It's all about a ghost demon woman that visits Jay, well, the character, in his closet. And like that song draws so many fucking parallels to what I experienced, that it's like it's creepy that like stories sync up, and it's a great song though. I love the song to death. If you're gonna listen to anything new from the Clowns, just peep out the Shimmer, because it's fresh. It's very different than a lot on Fred, I feel like.
Here's the thing. I've gone back and tried to listen to a lot of those newer albums. I just can't do it. I'll find a song or two I'll enjoy.
Right.
But it's been many years since I could throw an album on that they've released, start at the intro, end at the outro, and go, shit, I didn't have to skip anything.
Right. Yeah, I think it's a little more hit or miss now. I agree. And again, it depends on what album you're talking. I feel like they hit a rough patch. They did. After Bang Pow Boom, I feel like there's a rough patch. And like it got rough there for a little while. And
my problem is I hate, like, I loved like how Violent J's voice used to sound.
Yeah.
And now whenever I hear him rap, it sounds like he is rapping like this, like how we're talking. That's what it feels like to me. Like go back and listen to 12 or Sleepwalker, and just the crazy cadence he has going with his voice and shit. He just, I loved it. And that was, for a while, like some of the songs I wrote, that was a big influence, was like how he sounded. And, I tried to not be so simplistic at times with my rhyme schemes and shit. Because while I love ICP, they've never been the most lyrical, but they've always told a great story. And I loved how Violent J sounded. And then it sounded like he stopped trying.
I think there was a point where that's true. I feel like the last couple albums, they've kind of stepped a little bit back into their old ways. There are clearly songs that are different, like still newer sounding, but there are some that like really feel like they could have easily been on like Riddlebox. They could have been on Malenko, except for they sound older now. Queens, I mean, is a very newer song. Like the beat and stuff sounds very newer, but Jay kind of does that, like where he raps in a character, like almost not really a character. I don't even know how.
That's what he was, though. He was rapping in character.
Right. It almost sounds like, he put extra on his words. Like he didn't just do it as Jay.
Yeah, but that was the thing. He used to be in character when he rapped, and it was always, you could always tell it. Because there were songs where it was just Jay, and it was always just, you could go back to it. Like Sleepwalker, it starts out, okay, I will tell you if you don't tell no one else. Think I have a problem, and I probably could use help. You're like, okay, and then now you hear him, I'll drop my nuts in your soup, which was funny back in the day, but now you're like, bro, didn't we already do that? And at least you sounded cool when you did that the first time.
Right. I think it's the newer raps rubbing off on him, but
I mean, it's been happening since The Calm, though, my guy. So
I mean, everybody shits on The Calm,
but no, I'm saying as far as you could even hear it in parts of The Wraith and Hell's Pit, where he stopped rapping as Violent J and started just kind of rapping as Joe Bruce, the dude who doesn't give a shit. And then Calm, it was super obvious. There's always been good songs to me, and this is just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
There's good songs here and there where you'll hear it where it's like they had a little bit of energy for it, so he kind of dipped back into character for a minute. And then the next song, you're like, there he is, back at fucking rapping at normal voice tone, and I can't stand it.
I mean, so I said this last week on the show, and I'll repeat it now. If you have an opinion about anything in our scene, you're wrong, you know, because there's always going to be some motherfucker that disagrees with you. So I appreciate you, like, you know, having your opinions. I hate it when people hold back their fucking opinions. Let's have a conversation about it. But, like, just so you know, my opinion, your opinion, all our opinions, they're all wrong because that's what it is now.
I mean, ultimately, they can still go and book tours and make money, man. So they're doing something right for someone.
I still love them to death. Actually, I think, you know, Yum Yum and Fred were probably my two favorite albums of the second deck because they're going back to basics a little bit.
But, yeah, I got lucky, though. I got to grow up in their prime. Right. You know what I mean?
I miss the days when I was ignorant to everything. Like, ignorant to all the behind-the-scenes stuff. Ignorant to, you know, anything going on in their personal life. And just knew about the music, and that was it, you know?
Oh, I still don't give a fuck about the personal life.
Not that I give a fuck, but I know about it now. You know what I mean?
Like, I can go and throw on, like, the Killjoy Club album.
Yeah.
I will love the album until Violent J starts rapping. Because he just doesn't sound like the Jay I grew up with.
I didn't vibe with the Killjoy Club stuff.
I
just feel like it was not their style. It was not their right style, I think.
I mean, I loved, for the most part, I loved the album. I also love 3-6 Mafia. So there's that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Fucking, that was just music I enjoyed growing up. But I respect the guys. I haven't had an album from them where I can listen to it start to end and enjoy it. But on the flip side, I have the same fucking problem with Twisted.
Right.
Like, I have to give Monoxide credit. Like, when they rap, he has become very good with how he puts his rhymes together compared to the old days. But Madrox now, just same thing. His voice fucking drives me nuts. And I used to love the way he sounded. Like, the two of them together meshed so well. And now I'm just like, fuck. The last album, like, I loved Abominations before they left Psychopathic. That's probably my favorite album they've ever put out. The Darkness was great. You know, it had an old school Twisted feel. And then from there, it's just been songs here or there on their albums. But I can't just sit through and vibe with the whole album.
Yeah.
And it drives me nuts. And I mean, I've gone to more Twisted shows than I have clown shows. And I've gone to a lot of all of them. You know what I mean?
Right.
But even now, I'm like, the last time Twisted came to town, I went to one of the shows because they did two different areas, like, where I could drive to both. Like, when I was 25, I would have gone to fucking both of them. In my 30s, I went to the first one, and it was cool because they did a lot of old school shit. But I was like, all right, cool. I'm not going to the second one because they don't have my support in that way as a fan anymore.
Right.
And I don't hate that they changed up how they're doing it. They're artists. They're going to create what feels right to them. Doesn't mean it vibes with me. Same with ICP. It's not my taste anymore.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people anymore, like, they love AXE. I have never bought an AXE album. I've tried listening to them. They're very talented dudes. They're creating something great. But when I listen to them, to me, I can't tell who the fuck is who when they're rapping.
I mean, that used to be me back in the fucking day, though, too. Like, Shaggy and Jay used to sound similar when you didn't know what the fuck was going on.
To me, they've always sounded different, just like Twisted. You know, Jamie and Paul have always sounded different to me. But, you know, like, I have friends, and co-workers as far as, like, within the music scene, you know, guys I'm live with. Mm-hmm. They all went to Camp Zool. And it just
my homie Dankalo in the chat, she went to Camp Zool. And no, it's similar like Chapter 17. Like I said, I don't really vibe with like Ouija sound, but a lot of people do. And the best I can say is dude is a juggalo. Like dude is a super fucking juggalo. His music's not for me, but that's okay. You don't have to like everything.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's how I look at it, man. Like I respect a lot of these guys with their hustle, their grind, their artistry. It doesn't strike my ears as a fan. You know what I mean? Like I can respect you as a musician, but you may not enter into rotation. It's how it goes, though. Not everything is going to fit with everybody.
Right.
I mean, how many people do you know that you fucking listen to ICP? Yeah, I enjoy it. Suck my dick.
Right.
That's how I look at it. Like what you like. If it makes you happy, if it strikes your ear, if you can fucking vibe to it, if it gets you through a hard time, if it gets you hyped, have fun. Like my oldest daughter loved fucking Justin Bieber. I thought that shit was trash, but she loved it, so I never clowned on her for it.
Right.
You know what I mean? It is what it is. People love country music. I fucking hate it.
Facts.
Not all country. No, not all country songs.
All of it. Trash.
First off, okay, Johnny Cash is a fucking American legend.
Johnny Cash is a rock star. Fuck what anybody says.
Conway Twitty, if you've never actually listened to a Conway Twitty song, that man had an amazing voice and could tell a story when he sung.
I mean, the only time I've ever heard him is on Family Guy, to be fair.
And you know what? Same here, but it made me want to go listen to fucking Conway Twitty. I know words to Conway Twitty songs now, okay?
Hell yeah.
But, it's like with any genre of music. There's a lot of music, so not all of it's going to strike you. I love classical music, but I also hate a lot of classical music.
Yeah. No, I'm in the same, I said I love classic rock. There are bands, there are songs I fucking, Warrant is one of my favorite bands, but Cherry Pie, I hate that song so much.
She's my cherry pie.
And maybe because it's just overplayed, but also it's very dissimilar to a lot of their other music, and I just hate that song.
But it's just one of those things. If you enjoy it, music-wise, I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks. Enjoy it. Life is too short to give a fuck about other people's opinions about your opinions.
Agreed. The moral of my story,
get money, fuck bitches, and do drugs.
Yeah, get money, fuck bitches, do drugs, and boof the hate, bro. Boof the hate. T-shirts coming soon. Let's play. Speaking of, there's so much music. God, there's so much music. Let's play something. Next up, we got the homie who is in the fucking chat, the Mid-South Monster, featuring another homie in the chat, Articulate, and Current, and it's not on this page. I'm stalling. Off of the new Greytown Assassin album, this is Canines. Awkward silence.
Surprised with the hater shit from the outside. I never complied with it, but didn't trust the soul, took it violent. That's why I started staying quiet, but every outburst was violent. Maybe that's
Gonna smile through crooked teeth and let the beast inside take over me. And when I shed my skin and set the fire free, ain't no stopping it coming from dropping honesty. All this time in a cage has been good for my soul, but enemies that rage, I let my emotions go. So I don't think on the best in a negative way. I just shine on like a diamond, licking blood from my fangs.
Sometimes I mute the anger and let the silence win, but time and time again my pride begins to rise again when the psychosis pilots my mind within. My diet is cigarettes and wine coolers. I could go from shaking hands to saying hi to you, laughing hysterical. Sticking knives through your smell of that rotten flesh stain on the seat. Yeah, it's game time. When I kill him, I'm a wolf with fucking cane.
I'm gonna smile through crooked teeth and let the beast inside take over me. And when I shed my skin and set the fire free, ain't no stopping it coming from dropping honesty. All this time in a cage has been good for my soul, but enemies that rage, I let my emotions go. So I don't think on the best in a negative way. I just shine on like a diamond, licking blood from my fangs.
Borderline personality with some post-traumatic. When I get angry, I'm the most dramatic. I pull out the automatic and shoot rounds at the old me. Don't nobody truly know me, not even my closest homies. These addictions seem to control me. Will I ever recover? You gotta go through the darkness in order to discover, yo, what happened to the love. You replaced it with slugs, addictive personality. So everything's a drug, everything's a
Hell yeah, that was Canines, Mid-South Monster, Current and Articulate. All the homies over at Greytown Records.
My whole phone just bugged the hell out and kicked me off of everything.
You're good, my guy. I mean, we are at the 3-hour mark. Hell yeah. So we have about an hour left to show. But I do appreciate you coming on today if I don't get a chance to fucking say it. But we're gonna try to play a little bit more music here. So we're gonna cut some conversations a little bit short and power through some of this music.
How about this? Go ahead, man, at this point, because I got to get my kids down for the night. If you want to go ahead and just knock the music out since we've killed the radio show portion and just sat here bullshitting like fools.
You're good, my guy. Like, I don't have a time limit for motherfuckers. Eventually, I'm gonna do this, but we're just here to fucking listen to music and talk, honestly.
Yep. But at this point, I got to get my kids.
You're good, my guy. Like I said, there's no time limit. If you need to hop off, I appreciate the fact that you stuck it out for 3 hours.
Absolutely, brother. Thank you for having me on, man. It was fun.
Hell yeah. Anything you want to leave the people with?
Yeah. Again, get money, do drugs, fuck bitches. And I guess boost the hate is the new thing.
Hell yeah, boost the hate, bro.
But in all seriousness, man, thank you for having me on. It was a blast talking and bullshitting with you. Anyone still watching? My name is Mister Sinful. All my shit exists on every platform you can think of. Look me up. Much love, y'all.
Hell yeah. Whoop whoop. Two whoops.
Whoop, homie. Later, Bubba.
Dope ass shit. Big thanks to Mr. Sinful for coming on tonight. We are at the music portion of the fucking show, but before I hit y'all with another fucking track, there's something else I want y'all to see. Unless I forgot to upload it, which I think I fucking did. Oh no, here it is. Maybe. Guys, I'm not good at this. Yeah, brand new, fresh from an old guest of mine, XO Reckless. He's got a new album coming out. And here's a promo video. Just kidding, that was loud as fuck. We're gonna do it a different way. Let's see.
Human exile.
Gets married to the contrary, you're tired of that life she lives. See, Mary had a little habit, sneak the white snow, and yet feeling not dissatisfied with life, it turned to blow. Just a little bit of power, so slightly up the nose. Yeah, so everywhere that Mary went, the demons followed close. And one night it would seem as if the demons had proposed. Right to Mary out of nowhere, this agreement for the soul. Painting blood atop the line, she signed the bottom of the scroll. In hopes that life would now become the life she thought that she wrote. Yeah, then with a click and it coming out of post. And she had the clip, shut his arms when a bitch got cold. This situation and put it in front of the old and certain those who've been murdered in cold. But there's not but a moment, I'm told it was only a matter of minutes ago. She might give you the primary reason why people be crying and lying and bleeding. Yeah, she might give you just what we can with the things anymore, at least not most of the time. And this shit again, if you want to believe that most people be morally faking and evil.
Hell yeah, that was a promo for XO Reckless and his new Dumpster Fire Ghost Stories, I think was what it was called. New album coming out soon. But yeah, we're gonna go to the music portion of the show and play a whole heap of music. And that's how we're gonna end out tonight with a bunch of music and maybe a couple more, promos or conversations or what have you. Keep it live in the fucking chat. Dankalo Art, I see you still here. Articulate, fuck yeah. But next up we have a song. I don't know why that always cracks me up. This is Isolated Beings featuring Lil White and Jelly Roll. Fucking with my high. Maybe.
Yeah. It's your boy Lil White. What up? I be getting sick and fucking tired of folks fucking with my high, man. I be trying to get lifted. Isolated Beings. Y'all know what I'm talking about, man? Isolated Beings. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? I'm sick of this shit, bro. Sick of motherfuckers fucking with my high. Just let me be. You know who I am. WYT. White music. Oh, yeah. Hypnotized minds.
It's Little White Jelly Roll. When the isolated beans and crack your blunts, grind your tree. Go ahead and roll your green. Pop them pills, get drunk. Yeah. Fuck it, do all three. Smoked out from Baltimore all the way to Memphis, Tennessee.
I treat you like a button, split your ass down the middle. Rip out all your guts, ain't no need for hospitals. I'm leaving you dead on arrival. If you fuck with my high, I'm liable to crack your ass on a 40-ounce bottle. Ruthless vibe gon' turn homicidal.
You fucking with my high, selling seeds and stems. You caught in a lie, saying you were my friend. Why you gotta imply that we just another trend? I don't ever want you coming to another show again.
Yeah, your boy be chiefin', stop geeking before I leave you leaking. Just pass the spleef and proceed to stop your fucking preaching. I'm seeking for the greenery, wondering the reason why. Every time I spark a blunt, you fucking with my high. Die. You fucking with my high.
You be fucking with my high. Quit fucking with my high.
You fucking with my high.
You be fucking with my high. Quit fucking with my high.
You fucking with my high, and there is no need to keep fucking with my high. Pay good money for this weed, stop fucking with my high.
Before you fucking die.
They fucking with my high. If you know me, then you know I'm not that guy. Bringing drama to the session, I'm like, why? When I lift off, I'm only trying to fly. Blaze that granddaddy OG is twisted tightly in the swisher. And Mary Jane's my mistress. If you like, I'll let you kiss her. Hold on for a minute, I gotta go pack me another bowl and hit that motherfucker extra hard until I feel it in my soul. Lil' White.
A whole lot of people wanna see me flop. Ever since I had the Snow CD drop, looking at me like he's on top. 05 bird with DT tops. I don't lie, I be on blocks. Oh my jeweler to freeze me watch. I ain't lying, the wrist on rocks. Not a boy famous like ZZ Top. People just ask how I'm living my life. People just ask am I getting it right. I just know what he's spitting is tight. Damn, he's cold, but getting he right? He only raps about catching them bites. I don't know, but isn't he white? I should get a charge for killing this mic. I got bars, prison for life. You fucking with my high. with that. Smoke till I die on 100 sack. Ruthless Rob gon' run it back. Roll up a blunt and bump this track. Back up, bitch, you soundin' whack. About to have me a panic attack. I flex like Lex, what you know about that? I put your punk ass in a torture rack.
You fucking with my high when you fuck with my supply. You fucking gonna die if you leave my clients dry. Pigs try killing my high, pulling up behind me. And bitches and stitches that are so conniving.
If you blow my high, bitch, I'ma swole your eye. I don't warn you motherfuckers, yeah, I told you, guy. My high is my priority and you're really fucking annoying me. Shut your mouth, you're boring me, and pass that fucking 40B.
What really fucks with my high is trash on the radio. When my girl eats the last in my box of Oreos. How my car breaks down every other week. And it fucks with my high, how Dizzy murdered the beat.
Yeah, you fucking with my high.
You fucking with my high, quit fucking with my high.
You fucking with my high.
You fucking with my high, quit fucking with my high.
You fucking with my high, and there is no need to keep fucking with my high. Pay good money for this weed, stop fucking with my high.
Before you fucking die.
You fucking with my high.
You fucking with my high, quit fucking with my high.
You fucking with my high.
You fucking with my high, quit fucking with my high.
You fucking with my high, and there is no need to keep fucking with my high. Pay good money for this weed, stop fucking with my high.
Before you fucking die.
Wicked sick.
We ain't never
Hell yeah, that was Name Money with Break 'Em Off. As you can see, the Beef Tiger is here. I did some alterations to the mask. It definitely fits a lot better. It also, is a lot easier to slip on. So Beef Tiger will be here in full effect. Like I said, big changes coming to the show. So make sure you hit the subscribe button so you can be here for all the new freshness. Let me know if you like some of the stuff we're doing, or if you have any suggestions. Bobby says, I'll break you off something, Bartle, something sexual. Great. Articulate says, I said that before, split down the middle like I'm about to roll a blunt. Great minds think alike. Hell yeah. That, of course, was referring to the other song, Isolated Beings, Fucking Up My High, or whatever it was called. I think that's what it was called. But we're going to keep going. Next up, we got Cerberus Click, however the fuck it said click, featuring the one and only Gino Cult Shit. Rest in peace, my guy. But the song is called Possess Me.
Possess me just one more time. Hate me in my demise. God, if you're still there, then why am I defeated? Mistreated my whole life.
Possess me is a wonderful thing. Hate me, but no, I ain't never gonna change. I'm a demon, and I'm fighting through these circles. Blood drawn as we start chatting from my journals. It's a nightmare every time I open up my eyes, but when I keep them bitches shut, I'm in hell is on my mind and ain't no light here. Evil beings everywhere they rise from the corners of my conscience, and they all want me to die. It's the right of the gods, so you can pray to whoever. I've been falling through pits once they pull that lever. We sever heads if any pussy's got a problem with the click. Pray you never know true evil. I'm a god and this shit. I feel bad for anyone who stands next to this. I'm not crazy, I need a motherfucking exorcist. But then again, I could really give a fuck less. Think of begging me for mercy, better save your fucking breath.
Possess me just one more time. Hate me in my demise. God, if you're still there, then why am I defeated? Mistreated my whole life.
The constant battle is the sorrow, you ain't helping me. I'm jaded like a person grown on methamphetamine. It's sickening, all the lies you say to cover me. So cover the facts, so I'll be painting bloody boundaries. I'm painting galleries with pounds of flesh from enemies, until they live up to the people they pretend to be. This world akin to me submits, so he delivers weed from all these fucking bitter thieves to rest where all my sinners be. Where all my sinners be. See, it's astounding, like painting a picture with liquid acid in a fountain. Possession is a conception, and only you can vouch for anything that you say or do, so let the demons out. Shadowed in down a past so dark that even God absconded. There is no light around, I had to learn to live without it. My soul impounded in the pits I'm lost but never found it. Down and on the bottom of a bottle till my liver's drowning.
Possess me just one more time. Hate me in my demise. God, if you're still there, then why am I defeated? Mistreated my whole life.
Sky and floating, falling to the ocean. This shit is cataclysmic, blooded drip corrosive. I've been the victim of a demonic possession. When I focus, I obsess, and it just feeds on my depression. I know these people hate me, they ain't gotta say it. I can see it clearly on their face when they display it. Devil on my back, claws are in my abdomen. Every time I try to shake it off me, it just sink 'em in.
Possess me just just one more time, hate me in my demise. God, if you're still there, then why am I defeated, mistreated my whole life?
Hell yeah, that was Cerberus Click with Possess Me featuring Geno Cult shit. Nobody Man in the fucking chat. What up, Nobody Man? He says hashtag Hell's Pit is fire. Lies. Absolute lies. Bobby the Lost Juggalo says shout out to all the second deckers out there. Shout out to everybody. Shout outs, bro. But we're gonna keep on playing some music. Let's see what we got next. Oh, Nobody Man's gonna love this next one. It is from Keep It Lit Records, Project Omerta. I hope I'm still saying that fucking right. Off of a recent album, I believe. This is Wrong or Right.
Down the back road, hang up on the AK. Is it wrong or is it right? And who the fuck are you to say? You know we don't fucking play. Man, we out here every day, trying to make a stack, slinging raps or slinging yay. Rolling down the back road, hang up on the AK. Is it wrong or is it right? And who the fuck are you to say? Haters, man, they all will pay. Hope they make it through the day. Pray we don't show up to their house and let it spray. I grew up in a place you gotta pack a piece to stay alive. Whether it's a 38, a 9, or a 45, we all just trying to survive. Make $1 from flipping dimes. Help sacks and hubcaps, I roll them both cause county line. I've done a lot of bad, and I've done a lot of good. Haven't made it out the hood like they all say we should. I ain't trying, I'm just living. I've done it my whole life. When I go to bed at night, wonder is it wrong or right? But what can I do? I just gotta keep on moving. Gotta get my hustle on and put on for my movement. Doing grime or doing time. I've got yours if you got mine. If I die right here tonight, at least my people doing fine. Rolling down the back road, hang up on the AK. Is it wrong or is it right? And who the fuck are you to say? You know we don't fucking play. Man, we out here every day, trying to make a stack, slinging raps or slinging yay. Rolling down the back road, hang up on the AK. Is it wrong or is it right? And who the fuck are you to say? Haters, man, they all will pay. Hope they make it through the day. Pray we don't show up to their house and let it spray.
Back roads, blunts rolled, whiskey flows, coke in the nose, flying by like UFOs, high as kites, fuck your POs. Young and dumb, out of control, rob the local liquor store, pack your heat and sling your dope. The life we lead is often cold. Enemies, we keep them close, got them staying on their toes. Lost some friends to overdose, I pray they leave that comatose. Killed by rage, I kill these shows, channel hate into these flows. Talk that shit through broken nose, these killers show up at your home. They case me spray into your domes, dead on your porch like garden gnomes. Right or wrong, who fucking knows? These cops got Glocks, so lock and load until they seal my casket closed. Or blowing nose down country roads, one ash and cash is all I know. Set on my grave a single road,
rolling down the back road, hang up on the AK. Is it wrong or is it right? And who the fuck are you to say? You know we don't fucking play. Man, we out here every day, trying to make a stack, slinging raps or slinging yay. Rolling down the back road, hang up on the AK. Is it wrong or is it right? And who the fuck are you to say? Haters, man, they all will pay. Hope they make it through the day. Pray we don't show up to their house and let it spray. race, but I think I'm losing it. Cause I can't take what I'm going through, it really hurts down deep. But I try to keep moving with my life. Anything that I was doing had to change it just to make a better me. And I know the pain that you're feeling, cause I've been there too. But I ain't about to act like I know it exact, cause things are different, especially things we all go through. I'm just saying that I'm here for you, and you don't have to feel alone no more. I wanna let you know I'm hearing you. I know how it feels to be that low. So when you feel like you got no one left, feeling so depressed, don't know what's next, but you hope for the best. I'm right here with you, and I'll always be here for you.
Damn, every day's a struggle. We gotta face it head on. We gotta grab the bull by the horns, per se. We gotta stand strong when we feel like giving up. Don't.
We keep running from tomorrow, cause it's so hard to face today, It could be a short life, cause time is borrowed. When it's time to go, all the chances you will take and the changes you will make correlate to a bright tomorrow. That's all I know.
That was Angie with Running, man. That one had a whole ass feel to it. Nobody Man hitting us with that whoop 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 whoop, my guy. Zero Suit. When Beef Tiger gets here, I have no idea what that means, my guy. But showing mad love for Project Omerta and keep it lit. Angie absolutely killing it. That Monstar Click album that dropped is insane. If you guys have not peeped that shit out, go peep it out. I know Project Born also has a fucking album coming out soon. I can't wait. You know, and they are amazing, and I can't fucking wait. Mister Sinful back in the chat saying much love, Bubba, and thank you for having me on tonight. Always, my guy. It was a pleasure having you on as well. I love you. I appreciate you, my guy. Anybody who wants to get on the show, man, it's been crazy. We've been booking motherfuckers left and right. We announced some of the guests earlier, but like I said, next week we got the homie Benny Buttons. Benny Buttons gonna be here with the Beef Tiger, kicking it. We're gonna talk some shit. Benny Buttons. And then the following week, we're going to have Bleezy Poe in the fucking house. Now, that will be a Wednesday night, not a Thursday. Keep note of that. I'm going to be gone on that Thursday. So we will be doing the show a day early. So keep an eye out. I need to go back to twice a week. I'm only doing once a week lately, but there will be some new updates, uploads, probably Mondays or Tuesdays. Some new shit we're doing. Keep tuned in for all that shit. The best way to do that is hit that subscribe button, hit the like and share so the homies can peep out the show as well. Clover Low is right. Nobody Man. I can't fucking wait. But we're gonna play another 2 block of music. We're trying to do it in blocks of 2 just because it goes by a little more fucking smooth. Next up, a big fucking shout out to Son, S-O-N, because he has just been announced as the newest member of Long Live Evil, Axe's label, super famous Fun Times label, and now they have The Hive. They have Son. And this next song by Son is The Hive.
Washed in the blood is one, we all one. Cleansed by the fire, it can't be undone. Collectively see through the same mind's eye as the sky opens wide and the old balance dies. Any that oppose the hive are swallowed whole. As for where this soul goes, well, nobody knows. We are the body of the chosen, the owners of the seraphim. Identify the hive by the sulfur sigil branded in. We've all felt pain, we've all wanted out. Now we've all found a home where we'll never go without. Once we all were broken till he put us back together. Stronger, faster, smarter, better. One mouth speaks with a number of forked tongues, singing hymns of the damned, bringing forth the black sun. The blessing is bestowed, but the mission's just begun. As we dilate and grow, we are legion, we are one. We are many, we are one. We are different but the same. We are moving as a beast that goes by many names. Eternally undying, forever we're together. Tethered at the soul, our being will never weather. You tried to survive, but you never felt alive. Now the crows call you home, to tighten the ties that bind. Revive and align the spirits that are inside. We're happy you've arrived. Welcome to the crows sing a symphony of agony and misery. The hive has arrived to claim eternal victory. Shrouded in the mystery of ritual and wizardry. Align with the hive or be devoured by the synergy. The owners of the demons that collect the souls of history are lining up together perfectly in synchronicity. Unfazed by perception of time and man's method, our power is manifested by the 33rd dimension. Redemption is the intention of this one body collection. You followed the crows home and finally you've ascended. The rhymes of Lords Forgotten have caused you to be combined with the energy of dark and the light of the divine. Every version of ourselves is present in the design. Now you finally understand why destiny intertwines. We are here to rebuild this balance and redefine. We're happy you've arrived. Welcome to the We are many, we are one. We are different but the same. We are moving as a beast that goes by many names. Eternally undying, forever we're together. Tethered at the soul, our being will never weather. You tried to survive, but you never felt alive. Now the crows call you home to tighten the ties that bind. Revive and align the spirits that are inside. We're happy you've arrived. Welcome to the We are many, we are one. We are different but the same. We are moving as a beast that goes by many names. Eternally undying, forever we're together. Tethered at the soul, our being will never weather. You tried to survive, but you never felt alive. Now the crows call you home to tighten the ties that bind. Revive and align the spirits that are inside. We're happy you've arrived. Welcome to the hive. Welcome to the hive. Welcome to the hive.
So sick in my mind from 9 to 5. So sick, I don't know if I'm alive. I've been creeping in my sleeping and I'm coming in the motherfucking window when I'm gonna stick my dick in there. Fuck a bitch in the sleep, cut the body up and everybody part I'ma keep. I'm a cannibal, animal, bitches in the get 'em all 6 feet deep. I'm a real animal, I'm a poltergeist, a paranormal entity, you ain't get rid of me. I'm your nightmare, Freddy Boogeyman, bitch, get your body like a wicked brother, sit there waiting for the twist. No more, I wake up in the cemetery, I try to move, but I'm dead, this is my mortuary. There's nothing left for me, and yes, there's nothing left for you. I'm trapped up in some afterlife, so what the fuck am I to do? I'm torn in it, twisted pain, I know I wanna kill again. I'll get up, it's a bitch's brain, and yes, I'm gonna fuck you with your nightmare. I'm gonna send you to the other side. But you wish you could get to me. You're falling and crawling and calling for God, but it's not what you nobody's gonna look because you know that I've forgotten. So close to death, I rip off my flesh, I can't catch my breath. I'm so filled with stress, I hold on to a little bit of nothing. So high when my body keeps rotting. Dead body bitches I'll be fucking. I like birds, I will keep on catching, touching. I know I'm disgusting, trusting to the point I'm busting deep inside your corpse, of course, and not distort your thoughts. Through the Necronomicon, it's the end to the wall. Do you wanna sing along? I talk it down to I'll crack it down. And when I talk backwards, I talk a little bit of do. Just fuck with me, step fuck with me. Cut a pentagram into your wrist, get pissed. Fucking demon with the devil horn. What the fuck? I wanna hear scream, I wanna hear more. When I get inside of that mind and I will take it so far that you never see light. I might bite, I eat, oh my, don't mind the bugs. Just a parasite, take a journey to the end of the world. It's so cold, and the people that we pray for bliss is no gold. There's a motherfucking dick you won't will be whole. So we writing on the book and preach and be told. But this is the end, you can't pretend. But fuck you, bitch, you know I'm weighing in your life. You're gonna listen, you can hear the sound. But you're wishing you can get the loud. You're falling, you're crawling, you're calling for God. But this time that's what you got. Your thoughts are misleading, your feelings are bleeding. You're stuck with the screaming, you're fucked when you're dreaming. The blood is all you see. That's what I gotta pray. Just darkness you see.
That was Kid Crusher, In Your Nightmares. That one went fucking hard, man. I love Kid Crusher. Just recently, found out about his music thanks to some homies. And I love that, man. That is wild. But hell yeah. Here, Greytown Records says, planning shit out. Sorry if I'm in and out. But I heard you play my shit. I appreciate it. 100. Hell yeah. I appreciate you for putting out some dope ass shit. But let's play another block of rock. No, not rock. Another block of music. We're winding down. We got about a couple more tracks tonight. We won't be playing all of them tonight, but that's fine. Because, there's always next Thursday. But next up, we got a brand new track off of another album that just dropped. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Pandora's Box. It's Grim Smiles and Knowledge. And this song's also featuring Gibby Stites. So you know it's a good one. It's called Hush. Off of that brand new album, Pandora's Box.
Y'all done fucked up and open that fucking box. Should've just mind your fucking business. You think grind is what happens when the sun comes out. You think grind is what happens when the lights come on. You think grind is what happens when people get in the stage. That's not grind. The real grind is in the dark when nobody sees you.
You snapping pictures while we're in the pit taking flight. American Goose Dog fighting for our fucking lives. The top guns of a generation, polished and shine. Can see my face on the barrel and that shit's divine. Long dick in the world from behind, breaking its spine. And since life's a bitch, tell that hoe to get in line. Cause she stayed trying to fuck me, swearing it's the last time. I should have seen it was a lie.
like Charlie Sheen when he's swearing it's his last line. But I'm telling you right now, it's the last time. Cause we about to hit the market, knock it out the park, and stake our claim as America's new pastime. You just an out-of-date state, yeah, you past prime. I'll snatch that S up off your chest if you doubt mine. Check the bar facts, I've always been about mine. Slinging coke out of the lorry and I'm back to the future dope. I shatter hope with a pen like a sniper scope. I'll channel Bruce and send your ass off to heaven on a gyroscope. This that garage style, wrapping up your throat with a wire rope. Me and Molly J, man, I watch us haul out a goat. Soon to be blowing smokes coast to coast like a steamboat. We put these antiques out to pasture with our road shows. Yeah, we eating on you trash like some Billy Goats. Let's fucking go.
If a lion see an animal that's wounded, or a real hunter see an animal that's wounded, what do? They watch him, but they don't do what? They don't kill him. Why don't they kill him? He already hurt. And they beast. A part of being a beast just ain't eating a gazelle. A part of being a beast is the hunt.
It's still a battle until none of them stand. A gladiator in this coliseum, blood on my hands. They like to judge you from way up in the stands, but they the same ones I blame for these flames and the destruction of man. I crush in my hand whole worlds and turn them to sand grains. Burn them all alive until you're sure that the man's flame. Ask around, I'm doing the damn thing. From you, on the other hand, everything I hear is a damn shame. So I'm doing what I do in my own lane. Unfazed by losers and we super unconcerned with you no names. I flow flames, fueling these pros' pains. Mind blown, shooting like a mix between Kobe and Cobain. I'm the GOAT, James, I'm rhyming this rap shit on the incline. And when you speaking on my prime, it ain't past tense. I love a long list of bad habits, just like my dad did. But unattached, you bitches can have this. I'm through with you. Wash my hands like a shooter do. Forget my name, we are not the same. Fuck who you knew. You squares showed your colors like a Rubik's Cube. No matter how you try to dress it up, there's only so much that a suit can do. So save the blah blah and whoop-de-woo. Acting rah-rah with your goofy crew, not knowing how you should move. I'll send a whole platoon of you to the tomb and see if you can keep up with the Joneses in the temple of truest doom.
A real man, when coach ain't even watching, he's studying film on his own. Cause he loves the process. If you will be a champion, if you will be a beast, you're gonna have to go through something. Ain't nobody gonna hand you nothing. Ain't nobody gonna hand you no championship. Ain't nobody gonna hand you no title. So this is my year, I end, this is my year. Listen to me, say be phenomenal, this is it. I want you to chant it out, this is it. Be phenomenal or be forgotten. 1, 2, 3. Be phenomenal, be forgotten. 1, 2, 3. Be phenomenal, be forgotten. Last time, 1, 2, 3. Be phenomenal, be forgotten. That's my time, guys.
Damn right, you already know. Damn right, damn right. Damn right, you already know. Damn right. Damn right, you already know. Damn right, damn right. Damn right, you already know. Damn right, damn right. Yo, I'm hardcore, on point like a dartboard, and I have your head spinning like you're on the cardboard dancing. All these celebs make the cardboard, no lightsaber, but I'm bringing every Star Wars with an art form. Fuck with me and you will die. Pulled up like car doors, that will be a suicide. Doing my music all night, alright, we alright. And I'll hit you with all rights. Talk nice with the bars, writing them hard, lighting the spark when I write, and I slice them apart. And I dice, snake eyes, light in the dark, it's bright. Wash your mouth with soap for biting the bars, I'm nice. Music moving at factory speed, I'm half a machine, built by classic MCs. Like crooked Eminem, when I rap on the beat, you'll actually see, spelling M backwards is me. Damn right, you already know, damn right. Damn right. Damn right, you already know. Damn right, damn right. Damn right, you already know. Damn right, damn right. Damn right, you already know. Damn right, damn right.
Yo, I'm hardcore, flipping out like it's parkour, hardcore, with the bars in the R form. Better hang on to the moment, cause it's all yours, like six-pack abs, how I keep it hardcore. I don't need somebody to get rich with this art. Someone will see the big pick and big stars when he picks our portfolio Pixar. Ready for a film, they could put us in the Pixar. You could bet I got it, where you headed, and I shot it like a NASA project, hitting you with 7 rockets. You got a sugar mama cause you never ever profit, and you go through with it when you sweat her pockets. He's brutal, get hit with refusal. I pop shit, I got sticks to eat noodles. You say you hit the gym looking like a weak poodle, cause you only do curls with cheese doodles. Adult film is where your next whore goes. They feel bad telling anyone that's poor, no. You're broke, I strap up and wore those bulletproof vests, the war goes in wardrobe. Damn right, you already know, damn right. Damn right. Damn right, you already know, damn right. Damn right. Damn right, you already know, damn right. Damn right. Damn right, you already know, damn right. Damn right. Yo, I'm hardcore, flipping out like it's parkour, hardcore, with the bars in the R form. Better hang on to the moment, cause it's all yours, like six-pack abs, how I keep it hardcore. Hardcore, flipping out like it's parkour, hardcore, with the bars in the R form. Better hang on to the moment, cause it's all yours, like six-pack abs, how I keep it hardcore. Damn right, you already know, damn right. 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 Damn right.
That was Frankie V with Damn Right. Previous to that was Hush by Grim Smiles, Knowledge, and Gibby Stites. Super fucking fresh, both of those songs. East Coast boys. Hell yeah. We got a couple left tonight. We're going to listen to 2 more tonight, and we're going to put a pin in it. And we'll have plenty of music next week, as well as many buttons. But up next is the homie from Mid-South, from Greytown Records. I don't know why I'm trying to say Mid-South. From Greytown Records. It's Articulate with Kill Them All.
Don't stop, Jason. They deserve to die. Make them suffer like we did. Kill them all, Jason.
I'm coming for your neck, so you better bring the heat. I'm stabbing till you're wet from the blood that you bleed. Y'all motherfuckers tripping like you got 8 glass toes. I'm sick of all you haters and you fake assholes. I take assholes and hang them up by the guts. I tie their ass up and string them up by the nuts. I cut out your vocals like I'm mastering a track. When you scream silence, so it comes out your trap.
They weren't paying any attention to you, Jason. Make them remember. Kill them.
I met this 6-year-old child with this blank, pale, emotionless face and blackest eyes with devil's eyes.
They're out there, Jason. Find them and get your revenge.
I'm the lyrical king of horrorcore boom bap. I'm the witch casting spells with my fucking boom at. I don't die, my soul lives on in your dreams. You can hear my music playing every time my victim screams. Your rhymes overhyped and your delivery is whack. I've grown to hate your type, now I'm killing you on wax. Every time you're in the booth putting down those lyrics, say articulate 3 times to summon my spirit. Discover the flood, bitch, I'm covered in blood. I levitate in the darkness until I hover above. I'm a lover of drugs, murder is my favorite. The blood is so close to me, I can taste it. Fuck rapping fast, I'm on that boom bip. Pray to the moon, bitch, and then I consume shit. All this rapping and shit don't excite me like murder. She was screaming for her life, but nobody heard her. She reached out for help, but there was nothing to grab. I stabbed and stabbed till there was nothing to stab. That's how I get down, I'm a cold-blooded monster. And even after I die, I'll be right there to haunt you. My soul will live on and killers after me. And I ain't gonna stop till there's killers after me. I come strapped so I don't fight fair. Kill you on and off wax, I'm a fucking nightmare. shit is great town in this motherfucker. You ain't nothing but a fucking punk ass bitch. Talking that shit.
That was Articulate with Kill Them All. Like I said, we got one last track tonight, but thank you for everybody for stopping in. Big shout out to Mister Sinful for coming on and chatting it up. Honestly, I like some of the new stuff we did. The show's still growing, and I appreciate everybody who stopped by, subscribed, shown any sort of fucking love to the one and only Bartlehouse, Beef Tiger, whatever you want to call me. But also big shout outs to All Wrongs Reserved. I know I've made some posts about checking them out, giving them some subscribes as well. They just hit 200. Congrats to those guys as well for hitting that 200 mark. They are doing a giveaway at 250. They're giving away a sick ass, I think it's the Jekyll Brothers Werewolf Charm. So head on over to All Wrongs Reserved after the show. Peep out their brand new review of the Obliteration EP, and fucking tell them the Beef Tiger sent you. But let's end tonight with a song by my guest next week, Benny Buttons. This song is featuring Sincere, or is with Sincere as well, called Caught Up Slippin'.
I quote this, black wings so ferocious.
Don't get caught up while you slipping. Don't get caught up while you slipping. Remember your position. It's money out here, get it. Please trust your intuition. Hustle through the window. By the summer you'll be flexing. Prepare for every moment. Expect the unexpected.
I spent my whole life waiting for tomorrow. You can never see the sorrow that I've been through, what I'm getting into. That's why I write my lyrics, and that's why I pray to spirits. I beg for forgiveness, but never leave a witness. That's just business. Man, I just gotta stay true. I gotta do me to give a fuck about you. Don't give a damn what you think I'm doing, what I love. The skills that were given to me from the spin above. I got dreams for the finer things. Dudes smoking barrels and be living like kings. Zip full of dro, fit for the heme. When I step on the scene, know I'm getting my cream, I'm getting my chips, I'm taking my risk, I'm having my 3-day long acid trips. Lord gives me a sign, I'm not doing fine. Sometimes I think they're just playing with my mind.
Don't get caught up while you slipping. Remember your position. It's money out here, get it. Please trust your intuition. Hustle through the window. By the summer you'll be flexing. Prepare for every moment. Expect the unexpected. I used to try to be impressive, now I'd rather hear the message. Teach me something I can learn to help me reach my objective. Little food for thought, shouldn't give you indigestion. It's hard for them to stomach the truth, this shit's pathetic. I made it in the past that I definitely burned some bridges. And I've also done some things that I wouldn't ever mention. The wrong ears hear it, they go stick me in detention without a question. Pleading the fifth with no confession. Gotta keep it sucker free, type 1 diabetic. Way that I was raised, gotta get it how you get it. I keep it copacetic, the hate and I never let it veer me off of the path of direction on which I'm headed. It's fuck the world, bitch, I'm about to stick my head in. I keep smoking weed, preparing for Armageddon. My mind is the sharpest weapon, I force them to give me credit. Hating on my perspective, it ain't stopping my momentum. Don't get caught up while you slipping. Remember your position. It's money out here, get it. Please trust your intuition. Hustle through the window. By the summer you'll be flexing. Prepare for every moment. Expect the unexpected.
When you right getting money,
don't be caught up while you
slipping. When you right getting money, don't be looking like a dummy. When you right getting money, don't be looking like a dummy. When you right getting money, don't be looking like a dummy. When you right getting money, don't be
caught up while you slipping.
When you right getting money, don't be looking like a dummy. When you right getting money, don't be looking like a dummy. When you right getting money, don't be looking like a dummy.
Hell yeah. Benny Buttons, sincere, caught up slipping. That's gonna do it for tonight, man. So stop in next week. Same beef time, same beef place. We'll have Benny Buttons in the fucking house. And a big thank you again to everyone. All love, no hate, man. Boof the hate. And Clowny Daggers, y'all. Have a great fucking night.
The Bartlehouse is open, no invite needed with Juggalos. Been hyped this evening, feeding for music, more guests than topics. No drama, no bullshit, no fake news, no nonsense, no grim logic. Only fam knowledge and dropping the rawest of platforms and artists. Bartlehouse, where you'll never see the bottle stop. The beef tigers off the leash, and if it's beef, you gotta see the final Bartlehouse. The diamonds are raining, defining the greatness the carnival provides. Welcome to the Bartlehouse. Now get your ass inside. Ladies!